Good evening, everyone. Welcome. We will begin our meeting this afternoon with a few workshop items. Our first workshop item this evening is for 335 North Street. This is map 68, lot 15-3. And this is a sketch plan review for proposed redevelopment of an existing site with proposed fuel pumps with associated site improvements. And this is within the Highway Business Zoning District. Anything to add, Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will be submitting comments from staff to the applicant. We do have a fair amount of comments regarding vehicular circulation on this one, as well as how the fuel storage or the fuel islands will work on the site. Staff had recommended that maybe there's an alternative to the fuel, adding fuel to that site, because we're just really not sure how it's going to circulate through, but we will provide those comments to the applicant and let you provide your comments as well. So thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, and if we have the applicant with us this evening, if you'd like to give us a presentation, that'd be great.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Aaron Hunter. I'm a civil engineer with Sebago Technics here on behalf of the applicant. Just got to hook up my laptop here so I can share my screen. Never used this thing before, sorry.
No, no worries. When it's solid white, it means it's good to go.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So I'll get into the overview of the site. Currently, the site is developed with an existing beverage store and a redemption center. A majority of the site is paved. There's an access along North Street. As a part of the project, the existing beverage store will remain. The bottle redemption center will be demolished. The proposed redevelopment will consist of a 3,800 square foot convenience store and a fuel canopy with 4 fuel dispensers that will accommodate 8 vehicles at a time. Proposed improvements also include additional parking for a total of 31 parking spaces. Primary access drive will be off of Lund Road. This will be a new connection. And then there'll be a secondary access off of North Street that will remain. We show a turning movement for a fuel delivery coming in from Lund Road, entering into the site. That's how we would envision that fuel would access the site for delivery. The fuel will be delivered during off-hour times, likely later in the evening. The truck would likely stage adjacent to the fuel canopy, and the fuel tanks would be located where my cursor is shown. We're still coordinating that with a consultant. And then in terms of the surrounding businesses and uses, there's an existing gas station. We're showing with my cursor here to the west of the property, self-storage facility to the northeast, and condo residential development to the southeast of the property. Then you're bordered by North Street and Lund Street. Hours of operation for the site would be, currently they're thinking from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. for the gas convenience store use, and then 9 to 5 for the existing beverage store, which will either be a retail use or will be transformed into the redemption use. So the existing site has minimal landscaping on it. As a part of the development, we would be proposing a landscape plan that will be provided with the site plan. One of the items that will be added to that will be trying to provide some screening to these abutters to the east, the residential. There's currently utilities that run into the site from North Street, underground water, sewer, overhead power, and communications. There's also power and communications overhead from Lund Road. So as a part of the project, we would be upgrading and relocating those as necessary. So we'll have to coordinate all that work in advance with the main Turnpike Authority project that will be involving some work in front of the property along North Street. Also, I didn't mention that we will be providing a pedestrian sidewalk connection into the site from North Street. In terms of lighting, we anticipate that we'll be adding wall pack lighting for the buildings, canopy lighting for the fuel canopy, and a couple of light poles to light up the parking areas as needed. For stormwater, we're adding a minimal increase in impervious area. However, we do recognize that we are within the Goose Fair Brook watershed, which is urban impaired. Given the size of the site, we'll plan to follow city standards for stormwater, so providing some sort of a method of treatment and detention as necessary. That's a brief overview of the site. Here, just tonight, we're looking to get some initial feedback before we move on to site plan review, and we'll certainly continue to work with staff as it sounds like there are some additional comments that we'll need to consider. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Board members, any initial thoughts or questions for the applicant? Jeff?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you, as always. I have kind of some notes. So the current Madden's is going to stay open, the liquor store will stay open, or might become the redemption center, is what you kind of indicated, is that correct?
Yeah, it's my understanding that that will likely be moved into the convenience store, and the existing beverage store will become the redemption or a retail use that hasn't been decided yet.
Okay. I had a question with the right title and interest. There was something in one of the deeds about also subject to whatever rights the Alcott Management Company may have in the parcel labeled temporary TW to Shell Oil Company on the above named plan. I didn't know what exactly that detail meant. Maybe that'd be something that staff could look into a little bit further. As far as the site plan, I appreciate the opportunity for the review, and I have some very serious concerns about the connectivity to North Street and Route 112, just because of the changes that will be taking place as they signalize, the Turnpike Authority signalizes that intersection. At the very least, I think that we need to look very strongly, if there were to be any access to Route 112, that it's a right turn in only, single direction, no exit at all, because I would anticipate that's going to be in the queue line for the traffic signal. And it's going to be congested enough with the existing convenience store on the corner, given the curb cuts. Unless they can work together and somehow funnel traffic out of the existing onto the parcel and make it one curb cut so we get some benefit for traffic flow for the entire community. Because as we know, there's almost essentially no curbing along the existing corner lot. So I had a lot of concerns with that. And I know city staff had mentioned on Lund Road, it's very important that that intersection lines up with the proposed development that we've already had some review on that'll be on the opposite side of the Lund Road to get alignment there. There again, I would really strongly rely on our peer traffic review to make sure that even if those two intersections are ideally aligned, that there is enough space for queuing between North Street and those entrances onto Lund Road. I mean, currently at the peak hour, 5 o'clock, there's a lot of cars that are exiting Lund Road for whatever recreation activities are going on, that I think you'd be hard-pressed to actually get vehicles to circulate out onto Lund Road from these two sites. So those were two of mine. Like I said, really picking up the North Street, I think there should only be one-way traffic, right turn in only if we were to do that. The offloading of fuel was an issue. I know you mentioned that the tanker movements, and you have the turning overlay there. If the deliveries are done anytime the service station's open, you're effectively blocking off the fuel island with the delivery vehicle. And I think you indicated 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. was the anticipated operating hours of the
11 p.m.
11 p.m. So yes, 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. So what hours is that delivery going to be able to take place? I think that's a very strong point that staff brought up that we would need to review. I'm appreciative that you thought a little forethought to have a sidewalk for connectivity to North Street. However, it effectively dumps them into a traffic area. I think if we were to have a sidewalk, we should look at that connectivity finding its way into the curbing or the island, the esplanade around the store, so that pedestrians do not have to walk across the vehicular lanes of the fuel pumps, because it looks like there's going to be quite a few turning movements there to get in alignment with those 4 fuel islands. And then finally, the buffering along what is now the Willows condominium. This is one of those times that I kind of go, oh, we kind of, at some point, a board kind of missed it, right? And this is part of the evolution of our growth of our community, but it's a business highway business district that we allowed that use that's now kind of sandwiched in there, and how do we have those two uses harmoniously together? I would be very disturbed if I had bought a condo and I live there, and there's now a gas station that is 15 feet from my fence line that's open till 11 p.m. So I think it's very important that you come forth with some very strong buffering for light and noise for that use. And hopefully fumes, I guess that would be another good neighbor standard. And maybe we as a board can also look at this as we have closely combined uses in the future, that this is what we can end up with. This is a very desirable location now, apparently, with this new interchange. And we're seeing a lot of activity taking place. And we have to kind of deal with that, but it's always, typically on the applicant to do what you can to buffer the lights, the headlights, and all those turning movements from those dwelling units in the Willows, as well as the noise, as well as, glare or just light from the parking lot and fumes. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my list that I had for review. And, maybe that sidewalk could also, have some connectivity to Lund Road, particularly if we're seeing the activity that we see currently for the recreational facility. I know that the hotel complex that we reviewed on the opposite side of North Street, they're one of their real focus markets was the events that go on. There could be quite a bit of pedestrian traffic during weekend events, you know, athletes might be walking to the corner store to get something. I'm not sure if there'll be like a little deli or if it's just going to be a traditional convenience store with, you know, drinks and whatnot, but that tends to be kind of the first rite of independence for some young people when their parents are on an event like that, walk to the corner store. Having a sidewalk to Lund Road might be beneficial as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions. Looking at the vehicle turning radius, I think that there was some discussion about having like a right turn in and right turn out of onto North Street. I think Jeff hit it on the head when that light is activated. No one's going to be able to turn right out of that onto North Street. I can't imagine that. I'm also looking at how the delivery trucks would maneuver in the site if they come down Lund Road and then they go through the site. It looks like, particularly if they can only turn right onto North Street, they'll just be going in a big circle forever until they run out of fuel. It seems to me that the the delivery vehicles would have to, I mean, maybe I just don't know how these tractor trailers operate, but they would have to come in on North Street, turn right into the facility, and then go out onto Lund Road if that's possible. Because otherwise it just seems like it's too tight and there's no place for them to turn around. The other question I had was, I also want to acknowledge all of Jeff's concerns about the condo complex next door. We would need to really be attentive to making sure that their homes aren't being seriously adversely impacted by the lighting and the fumes and the noise next door, because right now this site goes quiet, I think, at around 5 p.m. The last point, I guess, is I noticed that the minimum frontage in this zone is 100 feet, and each of the entrances into the property is less than 100 feet. I'm not quite sure what to do with that, if anything, if we need to be concerned about that. It would seem to be like a non-conforming lot, that maybe there are limitations as to what you can do with a non-conforming lot, at least as far as street frontage goes. So that might be something the planning staff could research in more detail as well. And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts from board members?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Just
Jim, yes.
one more point. Following up on Jeff's thoughts about a sidewalk along North Street that might be able to be utilized by the folks in the hotel or neighbors or whatever. I've just noticed that the DOT must have done this, but they have widened North Street right next up to those gas pumps at the Shell station right on the corner there. I mean, there's like no space for anything. There's barely space for a car to pull up. So I don't know what they would do in terms of extending a sidewalk there.
Thank you, Jim. Jeff?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I guess, Jim, to be clarifying, thank you that I wasn't clear. They have a sidewalk proposed as that light tan line that's kind of coming from the sidewalk from the south. I meant to extend that on the property, within the property, to get to the convenience store, okay?
Oh, I see.
So that we're not rooting, because I agree with you, there is no barrier, and I'm sure they're going to try to do something to mitigate hazards with the existing convenience store, gas station, some curbing and some access points. But also, once they signalize that, the pedestrian crossing across North Street, I'm assuming, would take place at the signal. So there again, if there was another sidewalk interior to the design that got us over to Lund Road, so that anybody that were to cross, if there's pedestrian crossing, would be already on Lund Road and use Lund Road to enter this site to get to this convenience store. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, excuse me. Any other thoughts? I agree with Jim and Jeff here, the comments, and you started talking about it here at the end. Connectivity to the intersection, connectivity to Lund Road, the right end, I agree with that. Snow storage was on my list. Really understanding the overall site circulation, pavement markings, signage. It's congested already, and if not done properly, it's going to just add more congestion. So we want to avoid that at all costs. So I'm on the same page as Jim and Jeff here. It's challenging. Buffering is going to be key. Yeah. Any other thoughts, Joyce?
I think I'm just dittoing what everybody else has said. And I guess my only concern about putting sidewalks in, if it's going to the convenience store, that makes a lot of sense. If people are coming from North Street, I think we want to be careful that we don't create a situation where pedestrians are cutting through this property to get to Lund Road. That's not the intention of the board, is to make this place a shortcut for pedestrians. But it seems like there's a real challenge here if you have two-way traffic coming in and out of North Street. But if you don't have two-way traffic and tanker trucks are coming in off Lund Road, they're going the opposite direction of traffic. And they're coming in next to a residential area between 11 at night and 5 in the morning. That's going to be challenging. So yeah, I think there's some issues to think about here, considering the proximity of the condos and the shape of the lot.
Great, thank you, Joyce. Any other thoughts for the applicant? All right, great, thank you.
The applicant can talk.
Yeah, if you're part of the applicant's team, sure.
He is, yes.
It's not a public hearing, so if you're the applicant, yes, you can add.
Okay, my name is Tushar Patel, and I'm owner of that business. Currently, it's owned by Lab LLC, which is Madden Beverage. And only things I just hearing and everything is a little bit comment what we have. Only things I want to add, I'm trying to make it simple as possible because, first of all, about usage of the property, which is we already have the redemption center on the place, which is old building. And since we are making new, we'd like to change our existing beverage store from there to redemption center, what we have it. That's what we are planning. And we can change the redemption center or something else on whatever the existing beverage store we have it. So we're not like expanding the building size, either or all size. Only things I want to knock them down the old building and put in the new one. So we are thinking, since we're putting the new ones, new building in there, probably will worthwhile to add some extra thoughts to make it happen, and it will be good for down the roads, for us and everything. That's why we would like to change from beverage store, existing beverage store, to move in the redemption center where it is existing, and make it the redemption center to the existing convenience store. So only things we're adding, it's a gas pump, which is extra, and because of the turnpike is coming over there, and it's sometimes we're thinking what else we can add is worthwhile with the property and worthwhile for the customers and everything who already they're coming in the store and in our property already, and make it one-stop shop. So that's why we're adding that pumps. And extra, as Jeff says about the lighting, we on the place, we already have the lighting on the place anyway, existing. There is no bother for the next door or for the residential. Only things we adding, it's a canopy, which is canopy lighting, which is gonna be on down, not on facing on up or side or anywhere, because canopy light is always downgrade. It's not gonna be any like high levels or they can bother anybody's and stuff. Whatever is gonna bother the lights, it's already on the place, in the property, because we're not changing the layout of the property, anything at all. Second thing, if I don't, that's a second entrance and exit on the Lund Road, if I don't do that, then it will be really nightmare once the turnpike will be open for the customer, for us, for the customer in and out. They will gonna take only right turn in and right turn out. Instead, if they're gonna take the left turn, it will be really nightmare. So that's why I'm proposing to have extra entrance and exit on the Lund Road, which is people gonna use most probably more time, so we'll have the less traffic on the North Street, basically. And I don't mind to take the right turn from the North Street, right turn in and right turn out only. That's okay, no problem, because whoever they're gonna use more, I think they will gonna use the Lund Road, exit and in and out more after they have this turnpike open and that traffic situation. Second thing, the fuel trucking, it's always, we have quite a few other business who have a fuel, we already have the fuel station and everything. They do at night delivery, usually. After the midnight, like 11 to 5 in midnight usually. And maybe once in a great while, if they don't make it that's happened like twice a year or something. If they don't make it at night, they come at daytimes, and I know it's lucky, but they usually at the night. And it's so easy to do them delivery from the Lund Road, which is because they're gonna come from the turnpike. They will come there, from the Lund Road to inside our, the driveway. They do the delivery. They go out right only on a North Street. They go on the right and take the turnpike. Make it nice and simple and easy, because I don't want to let them take the left or right or whatever it is. But they're going to use the turnpike to get in and out anyway. So that's what I'm trying to adding that thought, like how it's going to work, just in case if it is work. That's all I want to say.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we all have some very common goals here, right, with the growth. And I think if you were to take some time and look at our comments about what's coming in right off North Street and maybe do some realignment of that roadway so you could have interior circulation. I think if you came back with a plan that had all your traffic coming from Lund Road with the possibility of maybe a single right turn in, the peer review, our traffic reviewers, I think will be much more in favor of that for what is going to take place with the signalization of this intersection. What is always difficult for me is that the rate of our growth is almost faster than the infrastructure is built. We're having these things proposed, and we haven't even built out the traffic movement of the turnpike intersection. We had another review where there was possibilities. There was a lot of talking about queuing lanes and worrying about the space between the lights that are existing on North Street now. Part of me is like, let's take a breather here. Let's slow it down a little bit. Let's see how the traffic is going to function with this upgrade. And that makes me, particularly nervous with such a major change that we know is going to be very, very, very close to the queuing line of the traffic signal. And like I said, I think that the peer reviews, which I would rely on heavily, would be much more in favor of all of your access coming from Lund Road. And if you could do that and have your tractor trailers use some of that green space to circulate around and under your canopy, then your fuel truck wouldn't have to come out, and you could eliminate the right turn out of the intersection, out of your southerly driveway. So I think there are some options there. Let them review it, and like I said, we'll have our peer review go over traffic. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts? All right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
All right, continuing, our next workshop item is New County Road. This is map 87, lot 17, and this is another sketch plan review. And this is for a proposed 16-lot residential subdivision within the Rural Conservation Zoning District. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The applicant has requested another sketch plan review with you all after we received the opinion from Attorney Saucier regarding the waiver to wastewater disposal considerations under Chapter 188 subdivision. So now the applicant is going to present to you information showing potential sewer connectivity in the area with lots that meet the zoning standards for that RC zone. Thank you. Oh, and we will have comments that we will be submitting to the applicant as well.
Of course. All right, great. And with us, we have the applicant this evening.
Excuse me, Jason Haskell with DM Roma Consulting Engineers. Also with me here is Kevin Bedard with Bedard Properties LLC. So we're back on the same piece of property off of New County Road across the street from Deep Brook Golf Course. The property is zoned rural conservation. You may recall that we did try to get a rezone for the property, but and then also, as Emily has said, that we also tried to go with private sewer, but we're at the point now where we want to make something happen with the property and looking at extending the utilities from Sancho Drive to the property. Emily, do you have? I just realized that. Nothing was up. So as in the previous design, we were showing 3 lots and a private road coming off of Sheila Circle, which is part of the Hillview Heights neighborhood. This road would be just privately owned. It will still be paved, and the utilities will come off of Sheila Circle, tie in with individual pump stations for each one of the lots, and then go out to Sheila Circle into the existing sewer system out there. We are going to be working with Water Resource Recovery and Engineering on extending the utilities up from Sancho Drive. As part of this, it will be both a 6-inch force main that would be extending up and would be working with Maine Water on extending up the water main that ends just about the same place. We're currently proposing a pump station just on the other side of the Deep Brook crossing that will then continue up from there up with a gravity line extending up to at least the proposed road connection. Right now, we're showing those 13 lots being served by either the primary road, which is about 1,200 feet long. We understand that it is 250 feet longer than what the maximum dead-end run length is. I know with the previous design, we were looking at about an 1,100-foot long road that didn't seem to have too many concerns, as long as we can get the fire department on board with the road being as long as it would be. So that'd be a waiver request that we'd want to talk with you about. And then also to provide access for 3 additional lots, we'd have a small spur road come off of it. It's about 415 feet long. The original design that we did have was showing that second road connection out to New County Road, but the more we've kind of looked over it, the fact that it's a 45-mile-per-hour zone, it's a major collector road, we need to have DOT's review and approval for the 2 road connections. We're not very optimistic on having that second road connection being approved. That, and we're only going to be serving 13 lots over there, which does not require a second road connection until you get to 15 lots. So that's one thing that we've changed with the design. There's also going to be to actually make that second road connection, we'd be looking at a significant amount of fill and wetland fill being so close to the stream that we were trying to avoid that as well, not to mention a break in the existing guardrail that's already out there. So really, we actually are increasing with this redesign, we're increasing the amount of open space for the, when compared to the 80,000 square foot lots we were looking at before. We're at 39% of the lot would be open space, which will work with the city on if they would have desire to take it over as public open space, or if it would be something that we would just keep for the residents within the subdivision. So at this point, we're just looking for any of your input on the updated design, and hopefully we can keep this moving for the Bedards. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Board members, any comments or questions for the applicant? Jason, I had a real quick one. So that small piece of area at the end of the road that you're not connecting to, is that just an access point for utilities, or
We would leave that,
easement, or?
because these roads would potentially be, they're going to be designed to the public road standards. We wanted to make sure that if the city ever wanted to extend that to Route 5 for any reason, that they'd have the opportunity, and that it wouldn't be, having to take land from the two abutters that would, so it would turn into kind of a city right-of-way if they ever wanted to make the connection.
Okay,
There's no, we'd prefer not to make the connection for all those different reasons, but if the city ever wanted to, if they took over the roads, there would be the option to.
okay, great, thank you. Board members, any thoughts, questions, comments?
Seen this one a few times.
Jim?
I just have a couple of questions. So you would have to bring the sewer from Sancho Drive down to these lots, and that would probably, run through that first roadway that's not really a roadway, or you would come all the way down to the street?
So the plan would be to not run the utilities down there. What you may not be able to see there is there's a significant grade difference that for us to run utilities through, it would be pretty costly. So we'd be extending it further up to the actual road connection. So what it would do is you'd have, the public infrastructure of having the gravity main going up at least that far. So I think it would be kind of a win-win for the city to have that, for the Bedards to actually pay for that gravity main up through there.
And the public water goes, past Sancho Drive down the hill a bit?
Yeah, probably, I want to say it's probably 100 feet down from there. There's a hydrant that's probably the end of the main just beyond Sancho Drive. So it would be an extension of that main.
Yeah, I've noticed, I don't know if it's at the end of that run where that hydrant is. I guess I can't remember where the hydrant is, but it seems like that area of the road going down the hill is, is wet often, like this seemingly unknown source is just water's coming, and it's, in the wintertime, it causes ice on that section of the road. And I don't know if what you're doing by extending the line might fix some of that, or...
Hopefully it would fix part of that, yeah, if it is coming from the main.
Yeah. The hammerhead turns, those are, I know you need the waiver on the length of the road, but you expect the city will, that the hammerhead turns that you have designed here meet the city specs, and they should accommodate all the city plow trucks and all those vehicles?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, that's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Real quick, Jason, so all of the lots go, can you explain that again? All the lots are gravity to the pump station, and then the pump station
So what's going
pumps
to...
into Shanto?
Yep, so what's going to happen is we'll have the public pump station there on New County Road. There's a pretty good size high spot in the middle of the property that will require gravity main down to the other side of the property to a public pump, or probably a private pump station. I don't think that Water Resource Recovery would want another pump station that close to it. There would be a private one that would pump up and over the hill and down to the gravity main that will be in New County Road. So there'll be technically 2 pump stations involved with this development.
Okay, thank you. Any other board member thoughts? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one is, particularly kind of difficult for me. I know we had quite a bit of discussion on the previous design, and I understand the objective to try to develop. I'm kind of torn with the role that I interpret we have on this board of our growth, where the growth is supposed to be, and how it takes place. And I'm not a huge fan of another dead-end street with a hammerhead. Tends to be our pattern of development, Saco. I don't think it's ideal for our public works department. Not necessarily a fan of a waiver to go 1,200, 250 feet more. I really struggle with the research. It's the RC district, right? We're supposed to be conserving this district, and that was part of the discussion about having to extend the sewer, right? And we were really kind of torn. If the applicant had been able to do private septics, he needed larger lots. It kind of made some sense. It's kind of close to the brook for my comfort for private lots. My fear is this dog chain, or the continued extension. They're going to extend the sewer system to their parcel. Anybody that wants to propose on the next parcel is going to do the same thing. They're going to extend it, increases the density. We're allowing the sprawl to continue. And when I read the comprehensive plan, policy 5.2 is to conserve critical natural resources such as wetlands, prime farmlands, and wetlands. And my question is how are the critical resources on this site being protected? How should we have the Conservation Commission weigh in on how critical they feel this site is? They're kind of our body of expertise. I haven't heard any discussion, and I don't think we've seen one yet, to utilize a conservation subdivision or a conservation limited development. I don't know if that's been entertained, if there has been any discussion with the planning department, if something like that could work on this site, particularly where it's in such a runoff area to deep brook. Right? From the roadway, we can see that there is quite a bit of topography change here. And as you pointed out, that additional drive leg that's not being connected, I get it, it's close, but the topography lines there are pretty intense. I imagine it's pretty expensive to make that connectivity back to Route 5. One of the reasons probably does whether it's a decision financially to make or not. Page 72 with future land use in our comprehensive plan talks about the RC zone and how the rural conservation zone, this area to preserve and encompasses the least developed parts of Saco. So we've already identified by zoning, this is our least developed part of Saco. It includes farmland, tree-covered areas, and significant areas of natural habitat and sensitive water bodies. However, it is also susceptible to continued sprawling, single-family development that detracts from its visual character and natural resource. Development pressure will need to be mitigated and redirected towards growth areas with existing public infrastructure to avoid continued sprawl, development, and its negative impacts. So You know, that's part of our comprehensive plan. That's what the whole vision was, right? We're trying to minimize it. And we have an application before us with an applicant who has done many projects in our city to a very high caliber. I mean, this is the type of person we want developing our projects. How do we do that? And I think it's beyond, I know it's beyond the scope of this board to help mitigate those impacts. But is there any way, can we kick this to council, to have council review? Would there be any interest in some sort of an ability to, a bonus to develop in a targeted growth area, or maybe some sort of a land exchange, right? Maybe this land were to become part of all of these open space fees that every residential house pays into. They all pay this impact fee. I very rarely hear of what land Saco has bought to or purchased to enhance the quality of its citizens as for open access. We hear of what the private land companies private land trusts are doing. Maybe this is a parcel that they could buy back and cover some of the losses, and it'll also help to divide that line, right? We take this and we stop the sewer at the 95, so we're preserving what the vision for the entire comprehensive plan was, is to stop sprawl. I'm just fearful that I know the applicant will do a very high-quality job, and to do this development, but it's not in the vision of the comprehensive plan that we're asked to try to implement for development. And I get it. It's also business, and I just think it's above this board, and I hope that they can come up with something. For this lot, maybe another lot. Maybe it should be one of the long-range planning committee to acquire these lots so it would connect through to the middle school, and we would have land banked for our next school that we need to talk about in 40 years, right? We had a real struggle finding land now. But it's very close to Deep Brook. I think, you know, it doesn't fit the criteria because it's not our focused growth area. And if we continue allowing this, we are going to have sprawling development all the way out to the Dayton line. And I don't think that's what the intent or the vision for the comprehensive plan is. And I truly hope that something can be done at the city level to help the applicant. You know, what can we incentivize a quality planning and development team to do to meet some of the goals in our comprehensive plan? You know, is there a way, and this has been a single venture, you know, where we, as board members here, applicants coming before us, they buy a parcel of land, they're looking to develop, and I get it, it's business, right? You're trying to maximize your yield, but we ask for, is there any affordable housing? No, it doesn't fit the model. Oh, is it this other criteria? It doesn't fit the model. Is there a time that the city could help work and try to really direct development to the true target market and truly start to preserve our vision of what the comprehensive plan was asking for to protect this rural area. So unfortunately, I know it would be a very high quality project. I just don't think it's necessarily the right place for what administration has put before us to weigh out with growth areas and resource in the comprehensive plan. So those are my comments. Thank you. I think it's real important that, you know, they've been before us twice, that we all give them very deep, heartfelt feedback so they truly know the direction of where we stand. I think it's real important that we do our job to communicate how we feel this may or may not comply with the goals and standards set forth or set before us. I think, you know, that's what they pay for. They're asking for a review. They're asking for our interpretations. I think we all need to give them as much information as we possibly can. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff.
So,
Any
Mr.
other-
Brochu,
Oh, sorry, Jason. Hold on one moment. Let's gather all of our thoughts here. Jim.
Well, I mean, I know what Jeff, I read the section that Jeff mentioned in the comprehensive plan, but there's a sentence in there that talks about encouraging growth with the public infrastructure already exists, and either fortunately or unfortunately, the public sewer is pretty darn close. In fact, it's so close that the city council is requiring anyone who wants to develop a parcel that they have to extend the sewer if they're close enough to it. So, I mean, we have those competing goals. Now, I don't, concern that I have is with, I think when you have the RC district saying one thing, but mentioning infrastructure, the city council has allowed the infrastructure to go across the turnpike, so it's right there. What could this parcel be developed with if the council suddenly decided not to require extensions of the sewer within, for projects within 1,500 feet? I suppose that would be one way to deal with this problem, and then you'd have 80,000 square foot lots here. Now you'd have fewer of them, but there would be less work for the developer to do, so maybe the developer wouldn't care about that. But I think, either fortunately or unfortunately, unless we get different or more precise guidance from the city council, there's going to be development on that road. I mean, it's just too convenient for people either entering the city or exiting the city. It's a busy roadway. It's very close to the downtown, and if the sewer isn't involved, you'll have a series of 80,000 square foot lots out there. It'll be, you know, all that farmland will be turned into 80,000 square foot lots, or maybe we preserve more of it by the extension of the sewer. So you have smaller lots, and you know, maybe it'll be a little longer before the next series of lots is expanded because, or developed, because it's going to cost more to go and bring the sewer out to it. So I guess I'm kind of torn on this. I think I understand what our comprehensive plan says, but it's contradictory. So a proposal like this makes more sense to me, given the fact that we have to require the connection with the public sewer, and that makes these lots possible. So.
Thank you, Jim. Any other board member thoughts?
Yeah, just briefly, I would have to agree with most of what Jeff had said in this situation. I think really what we need to really consider is, where does it end? I mean, we've said this before, if we keep approving things like this and we keep moving down the line, before you know it, we're Boston, or we're a major city with development everywhere you see. We're not preserving this land, because there's always going to be another exception, another project that comes before us, and they say, oh, we just want to do this, we just want to do that. There needs to be some boundaries, in my opinion, here. And looking at something, being from where I'm from, there's something that they do in the state of New Jersey where they call transfer of development rights, where they take, I'll just read it right from the site here, it's a municipal planning and preservation tool used to protect agriculture, historic, or environmental resources while accommodating the needs of development. TDR is a realty transfer mechanism permitting owners of preservation area land to separate the development rights of their property from the property itself and sell them for use elsewhere. Developers who purchase these development credits may then develop areas deemed appropriate for growth at densities higher than otherwise permitted. So in the sense, when these rights are transferred, the sold land will permanently restricted from further development. But it's encouraging the growth in the areas that we're looking for, maybe giving them some sort of, I'm losing the word, giving them greater density. I mean, really, that's the biggest thing, maybe able to do more on that property than is standard. So, just my 2 cents.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I guess,
Thank you,
Mr.
Matt.
Chair, I'm thinking that may be something for the long-range planning committee to work on, and the council to work on, but we're dealing with the ordinance that we have in front of us now. And I have to agree with Jim. It's, these things are contradictory, and we're forcing this developer to extend the sewer, and as a result, these are going to be sewered lots, and he's allowed to have smaller size lots because they're sewered. And I guess this exposes the cracks in our ordinances, that there are contradictions here, and this needs a deep look. But we're dealing with somebody who's already bought this property and is trying to follow the rules and trying to present alternatives, and it seems like everything is funneling him toward this type of plan because he has to hook up to the sewer, and he's dealing with a configuration of land on top of that you know, there is a lot of slope here, and the resource protection area. This is a difficult situation. And I think it might be beyond our pay grade to fix it at the planning board level.
Thank you, Joyce. I think I think we're losing track of tools we have to work through scenarios like this. So, again, this being an RC, it's not like Sancho Drive in the West Residential. I see this as an opportunity to create an expectation, like Jeff was, I think, alluding to, and sort of create potentially a new standard, meaning in our comprehensive plan, we are looking to preserve this area. We've talked about it many times. I don't see why a project like this coming to the board, why we can't have the discussion, the opportunity, and review this as such, where we look diligently at, you know, how much cutting is done, tree clearing area, light levels, where the houses are sited, driveway access, sort of elements like that that does preserve the land, that doesn't create this clear-cut country club, you know, type of development here. I think we can work this through and keep it successful, keeping the standards of our comp plan and our goals. I think we need to look at it diligently, as Jeff said. But I don't think this. I think this can work. I'm split here unintentionally, but I understand everyone's point. So yes, if we supported a project like this and all the trees were cut and street lights up and down the street, and that would not be, I don't think that would be appropriate here. So something that's more specific, more diligently thought out, I think can work. So that's sort of my initial thought here. From there, I guess, understanding circulation, sidewalks, anticipation of sort of all of our big picture components. But that's sort of my thought, if that we do our job well, we site plan it. I think it can be successful. That's just me. Any other thoughts? And why don't we give Jason, we've talked a lot here for a moment, and give you an opportunity to maybe add to any of it or ask more questions.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of liked the idea of going with the 80,000 square foot lots. They're more estate lots. They're definitely more rural look and feel. But obviously, with the way the ordinance is written right now, we're kind of handcuffed into extending the utilities. We have been working with staff and the Conservation Commission on a potential conservation subdivision. It sounds like, well, from the video that I watched, they did have a joint meeting with the council to go through and discuss some of what their anticipated look of that section of the ordinance would look like. And it seemed like there was, definitely some positives with setting aside land for open space, for passive recreation, conservation, everything like that. Their concerns is there was a cluster subdivision ordinance that didn't go over so well, and that's what they are looking at, and they all had their own concerns about it. Whether or not there's going to be some more adjustments to that before it goes back to the council, but unfortunately right now we're working with what we have. Right now, we either have 40,000 square foot lots on sewer or 80,000 square foot lots on septic, and we can't do the septic because of how close we are to sewer, so we're kind of handcuffed on what we're actually able to do out here. So we definitely appreciate the comments and the conversations, and I definitely agree that even if we can even be part of the conversation at some point to work with the council on potentially something that could change, whether or not we have any stake in the discussion or not. But at this point, what we really need to know is this something that the board would be able to accept, review, and allow us to move forward in a certain direction that we're looking at. A lot of the comments I definitely agree are necessary, and I can definitely see both sides of it, but it doesn't give us a lot of direction moving forward, and what we should be doing moving forward right now, because obviously Mr. Bedard's been sitting on this property for over a year now between the rezone petition and all the different sketches since then. If there's any major concerns with it, we'd like to know, but if in general the layout works with the way the ordinance is right now, I mean, I definitely understand the concerns with Public Works and wanting that second road connection. Again, there's still some conversations that need to be had with DOT, with engineering, on if that would be something that they would allow. At sketch plan, we were hoping to have a little bit more of the information right now, but it's definitely something that we're going to be looking into on if it's going to be allowed to do it. Obviously, we're going to be working with the fire department on one, public hydrants, two, the dead-end road length and the turnarounds. They're all going to meet the town standards, but obviously we want to get their input because it will require the waiver. So I guess there's definitely some work that needs to be done, just trying to get a sense on if this direction is something that we want to start, working on the design, working on the engineering, working on, all the things that go along with it. If this is a direction that I think you guys think that we can actually move forward with, great, we'll keep going. But if there's a major hurdle, then we'd like to know that as well. So I don't know if I put that back onto everybody else, but
No, that's
to
fine.
make this the world's longest sketch plan.
No, that's fine. That's what we're here for. I guess I would start, Jason, with, I would say continue. I'm going to say continue to work with staff. Continue to work with the Conservation Commission, and I would say specifically work on being very, very diligent about how you're going to put parameters in place to meet the comp plan, to really show that this really is still rural conservation, to show how the natural resources are being protected, things like that. It's not a subdivision in town where there's one tree left, sort of thing. The lots are pretty large. Most of them are just about an acre. There's a few that are larger. I guess I would start there. Really look at grading, how we're gonna not make everything flat out there, utilize, the shape of the land, siting the houses, driveways. We've used the term before, cookie cutter, not sort of Stepford-wise, kind of everything all looking the same here.
Well, it does help when
So,
he's a custom builder.
yeah. So I think from my view, that's a good way to start letting this come together and trying to make it work. We've had the discussion, talked about it, getting that clarity on not waiving the sewer connection. So that's clear. We have to do it here on this one. So I think the board was clear on how they wanted to proceed. But that's where we're at now. But that's my thought at this moment, I guess. Other board members' thoughts? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You brought up some very good points, and I think if Conservation Commission were to have some recommendations for, the conservation development or the other term, or if, as Mr. Provincial pointed out, if you can do and make it blend very well with the site, I think we're fine for reviewing that. If there was a way, and I don't know if there's a way you can petition the council to try to get some clarity on what Jim brought up about the conflicts, right? Where we're trying to limit our growth into the RC zone, or stop it, and the sewer being there. And if they were to come out and say, yes, we realize those are conflicting, and this will be, if you extend it the 1,500 feet, there will be no more extension, and that's the direction that they were to give us, then I think that becomes very clear to us that the council says, we realize there was some conflicting areas, you did the best you can. We then take the review, as Matt said, to be very aware of how harmonious it is with the site so that it can fit in. My biggest concern is the constant 1,500-foot sprawl. There is no longer any line, and how do we stop where this RC zone is supposed to be? And I think, I'm a stickler by the book, right? We asked, we got the legal interpretation, yes, you have to extend the sewer. So now your hands are bound. We now increased a couple more lots on the parcel because they'll be sewered. Not really the hope any of us were hoping for, but we have a very clear delineation. That's what I feel like I'm entitled to stick to, or bound to stick to. So yes, I could review it. I would like it if council would be very clear of how we are to deal with this 1,500-foot thing. If it's constantly, they say, no, that's the way it is, that's the intent that we want, or if they just say the 1,500-foot extension is not required in the RC zone, but all other zones, well, that makes a lot of sense, right? We have this mission of infill development where the utilities exist. I just think we need to have a mechanism to limit that sprawl into the RC zone. So if they were to give us that, then I don't have any issue reviewing this with great detail and wanting to see a large retention of the natural vegetation that's there to fit it in, because I know that you and your team can build very, very harmoniously into a nice subdivision. We're not going to get that cookie cutter. And I think that if we can preserve it for the rest of our community and kind of get that stop, that would be a win-win. If they come back and say, no, we want to keep going, I have a harder time supporting that, because I feel like my role is to try to interpret both of those ordinances, and that's kind of where I stand, is I think we'll just have this continued developing snowball effect. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Thank you, Jeff.
May I
Yes, Emma.
interject? So, first of all, I will be happy to work with the applicant, but I am having some confusion based on the discussion tonight, which is fine. When I read the comp plan, I don't see conflicts and issues, because I think if we read it holistically and do what the chair noted, that there could be a good opportunity for development even with served by sewer services. There are environmental considerations when we build septic system after septic system. So that is something else that we will be looking at as staff. As far as our perspective, I understand what everyone's saying, and again, this is on our workshop list to look at, but the applicant is bringing this forward, so we will have to use the ordinances and the comp plan as it exists. And I think some of these questions probably should be directed back toward staff, maybe not at the applicant. And if this is something that we want city council direction on, I'm not sure if you're telling the applicant to go pursue a contract zone, because that is the only option the applicant will have now. They already brought forward a zoning petition request, so I guess they could try to amend the zoning to change the 1,500 feet rule or bring something forward as an amendment, but this is not an item that's going to go to council for a review. This is a sketch plan that will then help submit a subdivision application to you for a preliminary review. That's where we're at. So I'm not sure if there's any direction here to go tell the applicant to get a contract zone. I know that that's not something I would recommend pursuing, but if that is the will of the board and that is the recommendation of the board, then we'd want to know that as well.
Thank you, Emily. No, I don't think we want a contract zone. I think we want the applicant to continue to work with staff. As far as council, perhaps the best avenue is through long-range planning and working and having those discussions. That might be better suited. I understand Jeff's concern is sort of the immediacy of working with this applicant today on it. So I'm not quite sure, as you stated, how we do that, because we have the standards set in place. But I guess circling back a little bit to the RC district, we have a lot of verbiage that talks about promoting and protecting, but I think that's sort of up to the board to sort of start to create those standards. How are we going to protect that sort of, that's how I see our role on this one, but did that answer your question?
I believe it does. I'll go back and listen to this. As far as transfer of development rights, if I may, Mr. Chair, that's something where we want to look at for 2026. We've had internal discussions about it as staff, but we are focusing on the conservation cluster subdivision and the landscape ordinance rewrite with the Conservation Commission first. The Conservation Commission, as the applicant has mentioned, has met with the council on updates they want to bring forward, and we'll see that as part of ordinance amendments going forward in January.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Jim?
Just one final comment. I mean, I didn't want my earlier comments to seem completely indecisive, but when you look at this particular proposal, I mean, this applicant's entitled to bring a proposal before us with sewered lots, and it's protecting Deep Brook with this sketch plan. And if anything, having public sewer there is going to further protect Deep Brook. If you're going to have, 2-acre lots, then I suppose that might do it too, depending on how well the lots are, so septic systems are functioning. So I mean, I'd encourage the applicant to go present the proposal to us. It seems to check a lot of the boxes, although you have a hammerhead turn that road's going to be a little long. So you got to get past that. But everything else about it, I think, makes sense, and particularly for this lot. So I think we'll leave it to the council to go and figure out whether or not the RC zone is going to continue to have sewer all along Route 5 or not, but that's not our call. So I would say pursue the proposal.
Thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts, Jim? Jeff, sorry, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know, is that something that we as a board can make a proposal or workshop with the long-range planning committee to try to get an amendment to the council to get clarification for this 1,500-foot rule in the RC zone? That might be the better avenue than the applicant trying to go before us. I just respectfully, I guess, disagree when I read the comp plan, just by nature, rural, conservation. When I read both those words, I'm thinking rural as far as undeveloped, and conservation is preserving. And I just, for me, the other key word is sprawl. You know, it's susceptible to continued sprawling single-family development that detracts from its visual character and natural resources. And I get it, everything you guys have brought up are very valid. If we have to develop, I want it to be sewered because it's much better for the environment, especially being so close to the brook. My fear is that, you know, if the vision for that area was to keep it rural and to conserve it, and we develop it, and we keep extending the sewer, that we're not meeting both goals. So that's just where I have heartache, and it just so happens that this applicant is the one that's now at that magic 1,500-foot rule, or within it. So, thank you.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Any thoughts, Joyce? Emily, real quick, if there's a project it's 2,000 square feet, or 2,000 feet from the sewer connection, there's nothing that prohibits that applicant to go the extra distance and connect if they wanted to, right? So if we're further away, and to Jeff's concern, there could be a project where an applicant is willing to go that greater distance to connect to the sewer, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't really have any tools that limits that says if you're beyond it, you shall not connect to the sewer, right?
Right.
Okay, so then perhaps we can talk with long-range planning about that specific, you know, what we're looking to do there. And then additionally, perhaps our zoning, we have a lot of long-range planning committee lists and zoning amendments. Perhaps not to digress too far, but perhaps we need to tighten up on the RC district. Maybe it's 80,000, period, sewered or unsewered. That might be the tool, but those are just final thoughts. Does that give you some direction, Jason?
Yes, and if there's anything, you know, with the long-range planning committee or council that we can help out with, just make sure.
We'll make sure Emily can communicate that to you as necessary. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, and with that, good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Planning Board, and valued community representatives. I welcome you all to this evening's assembly of the Saco Planning Board. As chairman, it is my privilege to convene this gathering dedicated to the thoughtful planning and development of our community. Today, we come together with a shared commitment to shaping the future of our city in a manner that reflects our values, respects our heritage, and fulfills the needs of our residents both now and in the future. Our agenda tonight contains important matters, each requiring our careful consideration, expertise, and collaboration. From zoning ordinances to development proposals, infrastructure to environmental concerns, every item of our agenda holds significance in sculpting the landscape and character of our community. As we engage in our deliberations, let us remember the profound impact these decisions have on all of our lives, keeping in mind we are residents like you. It is our duty to maintain transparency, fairness, and inclusivity in our proceedings, ensuring that all voices are heard and respected. Together, we must embrace the responsibility entrusted to us by our community, working diligently and thoughtfully to chart a course that fosters growth, prosperity, and harmony. With that, I would like to call this meeting of the Tuesday, November 19th, 2024 Planning Board to order. I look forward to productive discussions and meaningful outcomes that lie ahead. Thank you. With us this evening, myself, Matt Provenzel, the chair. To my left, our vice chair, Joyce Leary Clark, and to her left, chairperson Jeff Brochu, and to my right, Jim Ollier and Matt DiCiani. Our planning board member, Carrie Lynn Lane, is unfortunately absent this evening. And with us, as always, our city planner, Emily Cole Prescott and Lisa Harmon. And our Ward 5 City Council liaison, Phil Hatch, is unable to join us this evening, but he is with us remotely, hopefully enjoying the video. Our first item on the evening's agenda is our approval of the November 14th, 2024 draft sidewalk notes. Are there any questions, comments, or edits to those sidewalk notes?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion on accepting the minutes as written? Those in favor, Matt?
Yeah, yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, our next item on the agenda is our public comment period. This is an opportunity for any members of the public to come before the board and speak about any planning items. As a reminder, this is separate from any public hearing items on the agenda. But if anyone would like to come before the board, please state your name and address for the record. We will collect comments and address them as necessary.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. I am providing you with an update, and I do want to preface that many have witnessed and appreciate this past year's progress from each and every one of you. Much appreciated. Thank you. Since the 321 Lincoln Street appeal denial in August, co-filers Ingham Brown and myself have reopened the citizens' pending 2023 grievance petition with city officials. We and others met with the mayor and city administrator. Inga and I met with the planner and city administrator, followed by 5 call to action emails with supporting documents to the council. For total transparency, we will be forwarding them to you as it does include zoning issues. During our visit with the planner and administrator, we discussed concerns of procedures and processes. Mr. Chair, your consistent introduction is exceptional. I really do appreciate that each and every time. It's setting the expectations, setting the tone. Thank you. I do formally request that you remove the phrase public comment to discuss non-agenda items and anything non-specific before the board this evening, as it curtails public input during non-public hearing agenda items. A recent example was last week. During the 18 Lund Road application completeness, and upon hearing the Phase 1 and 2 ESA conversation with missing documents, It triggered my attention back to their January 18th, 2024 purchase and sale agreement, study period and environmental period, and extension of study period with its timetables. Can the applicant provide supporting documentation stating they are in contract or provide the extensions? Why? Continued right, title, and interest must be assured as you deliberate a pending application or amendment. From flatly being out of contract for months to my recent comment to council last night, Blue Wave Solar Project site plan and conditional use, conditions of approval number 2022 and 2021, stated if substantial construction is not started within 12 months of the approval shall be null and void per section 1111 of the zoning ordinance. This solar project was null and void on November 9th, 2022, 12 months after, not at last November's amendment approval, whereby Saco now has a solar farm with no approval. How does that now affect any government approvals on that property? In May, the Maine Supreme Judicial Court favored Mr. Dahlem in Dahlem versus City of Saco and ruled that null and void means just that, null and void. Anything else is illegal. Lastly, we appreciate the public guidelines and recent adoption of standard operating procedures. However, out of fairness, where are the guidelines or introduction to the applicants and or their representatives? Repeatedly, over years, citizens have watched their constant and free access to the podium without protocol. At times, new information was presented after the closing of a public hearing. It is not fair or equitable, and the optics intimates bias. Applicants should only come to the podium when requested by the chair or by a member through the chair. We look forward to fairness in this regard. Please continue to ask qualifying questions, request documentation, and table any item that does not have full packet disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Archer, is that, the document you have, is that something that you can share with staff that we can continue to review and respond to as we can?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Is the document that you had, I assume you had some notes that you were reading from. Is that something that you can share with staff that we can go through and respond to and have time?
Absolutely. I'll be happy to do that, along with sending you the 5 calls to action that went to council.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
All right, we will continue with our agenda this evening. Our next item is our planning board public hearing guidelines. This is a document that that staff has worked on part of our standard operating procedures. It is typically posted online, and hard copies are available if anyone needs them as well. And if anyone has any questions regarding them, please don't hesitate to ask. With that, we will move into our applications for review and public hearings. Our first item on this agenda is item 7A, and this is 872 Portland Road, map 60, lot 9, and map 61, lot 1-1. And this is a continued public hearing and continued application review for site plan and conditional use. And this is for a new automobile dealership with associated site improvements within the Portland Road zoning district. Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the last meeting, we have presented draft findings of fact and draft conditions of approval. There was discussion at the last meeting about requiring some sort of easement or agreement for access for vehicular movement into the site. I do not have that on the list, but I do have a note here to help you add that when you're ready, if you are ready to do that this evening or not. And it would be the last bullet in number 5, if that's what you so choose to do. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Emily. And with us, we have the applicant. If you'd like to give us any updates.
Yes, good evening, members of the board. My name is Henry Hess, representing the applicant this evening. We don't have a ton to update from last week, other than we've just putting the, crossing the Ts and dotting the Is on just the final response of the city engineer to the planning staff. So we'll have that in here before Thanksgiving. With those just few remaining comments, which I saw were made a condition there on the draft findings, that we make sure those are sent into staff and reviewed and approved prior to pre-construction meeting. Certainly, as we discussed last week, the applicant's certainly open to the board's requests and concerns about vehicular access, and if there's a note or a condition there that we can add into there, we're certainly open to that and what it may be. So I'd turn it back over to the board and look for your feedback as we look at, hopefully you've had a chance to review these draft findings, and we can take the next steps forward.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant or staff by board members? Jim?
Henry, I went through the findings of fact, and it appears that the findings that we need to add to or complete would be 10A, 10H, off-site impacts, 10M, 10O for hazardous materials, 10P for wildlife, and 10S for utilities. I think those, it just looks like there was something more that needs to be said in a certain way to show that those requirements, that we have facts supporting those requirements. I don't know if you can help us do that tonight, or whether or not you can work with the staff and just flesh out those last 6 facts that we need to find. My guess is that all those facts that would be your responses to the city engineer's October 22nd memo. It's probably a lot of small, easy things to fix, but so I don't know if you can do it tonight. If not, then maybe for the next meeting.
I'd be happy to speak to those a little bit. I know if you could clarify a little bit, as I believe those are part of the criteria for site plan approval there. These kind of fall in line with the typical standards, I believe, in Saco. Correct me if I'm wrong, both board and Saco. And if we haven't really received formal comment regarding, again, was it H for offsite impacts and the concerns for offsite impacts, I believe we've satisfied the peer reviewer's traffic comments as stated in the memo there. We've satisfied the peer review for landscape comments as well. Sorry, H. What were the other numbers there, Jim?
Sure, it was A, H, M, O, P, and S. I mean, for instance, I'm not saying, Henry, that you haven't already addressed, for instance, H, offsite impacts, because I'm sure you probably did.
Oh, I understand
been
now.
in front of us so many times, but for right now, H currently says the board can make a finding on the standard. Well, that's helpful, but I'd like some sense, at least from your perspective, as to what you've already presented to show that standard's been met, and we may very well agree with you.
Sure.
But I think rather than us sort of guessing what to go and fit in each of those categories, it would be helpful to have your help to get us through them.
I'd be happy to, either as you go through them, either walk through how we are currently meeting it with the materials already submitted, or the intent in what we're submitting to the city engineer there as that condition, and how it may fall in there in meeting the condition by virtue of the item 5 there, prior to pre-construction, meaning the applicant shall respond to the remaining staff comments, right? If it falls in line with that, I can tell you that that's much clearly something that would be satisfied by item 5 there. But I mean, if you'd like, I could go through them at this moment, or if it's something you'd like to, I don't know if you'd like to go through each finding at that time and have it written in.
It would, at least it would be clearer, and I would think the record would be clearer.
Sure.
But I mean, if you, and I'll leave it to the chair, I'm not sure which would be the best way to proceed with this, but if we're going to entertain findings of fact tonight, then, you know, it would be helpful to have them sort of completed so that we can, then we know exactly what we're voting on.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Good questions. Any other thoughts from board members on this item, these few findings of facts? Joyce?
I had most of those same ones where it was talking about, you know, waiting for responses to the city engineer's memo, that sort of thing. And some of them just sounded like we needed to make findings, so yeah, I think that's as far as I can tell, that's a pretty comprehensive list.
Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think that except for A and M, the stormwater, I think we can reference that will satisfy the city engineer's final comments. I think we should be making findings on H, O, P, and S. And I think we could very easily do that. And it might be more appropriate that we do that prior to reopening the public hearing. That way, if there are any concerns and we need to amend what we've kind of made our findings, that we've had a chance for the public to weigh in. So it might be appropriate we kind of tackle those right now.
Any other board member thoughts? All right, well, I agree with Jeff and Jim here, Joyce as well. And Matt, I'm sure Matt was thinking the same thing. So item 10A there, if we start there, did you have any specific thoughts, Jim, questions or anything on that specific finding or any verbiage, or do you want to pause on that and come back to it? I know that was A and M was the two that Jeff mentioned that we may need more information and input from staff on, but just starting in a organized order.
10A looks like it's, I mean, we're just waiting for some responses to the city engineer's review memo. I don't know if Henry can provide us with something tonight to work off of there, or whether or not we just have to reference that the proposal will comply with all applicable standards after the city engineer's comments are satisfied.
I mean, to that point, Jim, if I could interject, I mean, we're compliant with all applicable standards, barring that item 5, that we have a couple items to settle up with the city engineer. So it's not as though we have standards we don't have any outstanding comments from Parks and Rec, DPW, anything like that. It's just the remaining couple cleanup comments with the city engineer. So in terms of meeting those applicable standards and being in compliance, mostly with the performance standards and the zoning ordinance, certainly they'd be addressed by item 5 in the conditions there.
So, Mr. Chair, may I recommend a finding then? So it would be based on application materials, site walk comment responses, conditions of approval, peer reviews, and public comment. This standard is met.
Emily, did you have words in there that talked about final staff comments or anything like that?
Yeah, so under condition number 5, which is what Henry is referencing, the top bullet says that all remaining city staff and peer review comments are to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the reference to condition of approval. So we can say based on application materials, site walk, comment responses, condition of approval number 5, remaining findings, peer reviews, the standard is met in public comment.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
Mr. Chair, I move to amend findings of fact 10A as quoted by the city planner just a moment ago.
I'll second that.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Jim. Any discussion on the motion to amend item 10A as discussed and drafted by the city planner? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes. Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, our next finding to discuss is item 10H. This is off-site impacts. The proposed development does not have a significant detrimental effect on the use and peaceful enjoyment of the abutting property as a result of noise, vibration, fumes, odors, dust, or other cause.
So, Mr. Chair, with this particular topic, I think that there is off-site impacts we need to mitigate or discuss, which would be specifically with regards to vehicular unloading with the delivery of vehicles. I identify that as an off-site impact because they don't have the circulation necessarily on their site to do that safely. Granted that they own both lots, and I believe the planner said that she had some draft language. I'd like to have her share that with us at this time. Maybe we can incorporate that into a finding.
Thank you, Jeff. Emily, if you could.
So that would be under number 5 in the draft conditions of approval, that the applicant shall present easement documentation to the satisfaction of the city staff and city attorney to ensure the continued vehicle access and circulation.
Emily, is that one of those draft conditions that you can throw up on the screen here that we could read as well? I think that helps me anyway to thank you.
That's not part of condition of approval number 5 now, right?
Correct.
Let me just save this quickly and I'll put it back up.
Thank you. So I think that's a good draft. One piece to it that I think Jeff was looking to capture that I don't think I disagree with was the specific vehicle unloading. Is that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to be specific to vehicle loading and unloading for deliveries. I don't think it's as important. Their site has significant inner access for customer access and service access. I think the key thing that I wanted to hit on was the vehicle unloading. We shouldn't put undue burden on them for access if that other lot changes in the future, that they have their customer access through there. It's just as long as they can receive and send out cars via a car carrier, I think is an important piece for this.
Could I ask really quickly, this item in general, for the vehicular access for the easement there, certainly is, we can work through that language and make that as we need to, and I think it's something we're all comfortable with. But was that under the guise of item H for offsite impacts as it relates to noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or other cause? And it's the other cause section of item H? Okay, thank you. And to be specific, it was loading and unloading. I'm just trying to write it down.
Yes, can you see it?
Didn't realize that portion was already up there. Thank you.
Emily's very clever.
Very efficient staff.
Yes, thank you.
Any other thoughts from board members on this one? I guess I'm going to ask Emily, so this condition would be prior to scheduling a pre-construction meeting. This wouldn't be at the end or prior to certificate of occupancy or anything like that. So that this condition, just to be clear, would be, this needs to be resolved prior to scheduling a pre-construction meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to suggest that as far as offsite impacts, that perhaps we simply use the language that's in 10I, which says, based on application materials, updated site plans, peer review, comment responses, this standard is met. So I suggest we put that under 10H. And then the concern that we've addressed is that, or that we want to address, is this vehicular loading and unloading, and that's really clearly set forth in 10I. So perhaps we could use, again, that same sentence that is in 10I, but after the period where it says the standard is met, period, we could just put a comma and said, provided that condition 5 is met. So condition of approval 5 is met. So I guess the point is that we look at 10H as, it seemed to be everything but vehicular loading and unloading in traffic. And instead, we'll just stick that under I, the language about the draft condition of approval number 5. That's just my suggestion, because it seems to fit better under 10I than 10H.
Thank you, Jim. That's good, because that was my next question. Do we want to flip-flop? So any other thoughts from board members on this adjustment?
Would it be possible to do all of this and then just approve the
Yes.
amendments as one rather than each motion? It would be easier for us if that's okay with the board.
Yes, I was going to suggest.
Could I offer as well that with the advent of the addition of that easement language in condition 5, that now the remaining concerns or questions the board may have had regarding items M, O, P, and S would also be satisfied by condition number 5? Just to make the language crispy and clear.
So with that, as the applicant has noted and begun the discussion, so similarly to the verbiage that we created for item A, a similar verbiage for the other items that Jim had noted M, O, P, and S. Are there any thoughts on any of those particular findings? Does the board find verbiage that we use for A appropriate for those as well? Does the board find those findings are met? Any thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I think that's a good suggestion. I think M would be taken care of with condition of approval number 5. So like one more sentence after what exists for M now, for a finding of fact, we could just put an additional sentence saying that the applicant shall meet and comply with final responses to city engineer's comments. Hazardous waste, I think we could just delete the last sentence of O for the facts. The board can ask any questions about the standard. I think they've met that standard. P, I think we could just use the same language that we had on 10H. And for S, I think we could just add an additional sentence at the end of S indicating that the applicant shall comply with condition of approval number 5. And that addresses all those concerns, I think.
I think that's reasonable, Jim.
All right, thank you, Jim. Jeff?
I just wanted to touch base on O for hazardous materials, because the language there is, I find it a little like leading, because I feel like, hazardous materials, adequate provisions are made for the transportation, storage, and disposal of hazardous substances and materials. And the application materials state that the transport, storage, and disposal of hazardous substances or materials is not anticipated or associated with a site improvement construction. So there's two pieces to that. Yeah, you don't have any hazardous materials during the time of construction, but are you dealing with the hazardous materials during the operation of the site? And we're making it service-based, so there's going to be oils and solvents and flammable liquids that are stored on site. So we should at least touch base that they are meeting state regulations with regards to hazardous materials that are generated during day-to-day operations. I think we did that with the trailer facility, too. And I think it was kind of looped into existing state regulations or something that we had done. I just would like to break it out. I mean, I think it's clear that they're not going to be getting into it during the site construction. I'm more worried about post-construction during day-to-day operations.
So perhaps additionally adding, maybe after maybe another sentence is the transport, storage, or disposal of hazardous substances or materials during daily operation shall be per local and state requirements, something along those lines. I can't remember all the NFPA sections, but I'm sure that. Any other thoughts from board members on the other items here, findings of fact? We've touched base on A, H, M, O, P, and S. I believe Emily's done a good job capturing these draft amendments.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll move to amend the draft findings of fact to include the A, H, M, O, P, and S as set forth in the planner's notes.
Oh, second?
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion?
No, we also amended I. I believe we amended I can't, you'd have to scroll back up.
Thank you, Joyce. Yes, I'll amend my motion to include I as well. Sorry.
Thank you, Joyce. Additionally, Emily, we've made a motion to amend A previously. So I don't believe we've made any adjustment in our latest discussions on A. So I guess you think it's appropriate, Jim, as well, to take A out?
I will
as we've addressed it.
amend my motion once again to eliminate reference to 10A since we already changed that.
I will amend my second.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor of the motion to amend findings of fact items 10, H, I, M, O, P, and S. Matt,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, did we already approve the amendment to the condition of approval number 5 regarding the easement?
We have not made a motion to amend number 5 yet.
I'll make a motion to amend draft condition of approval number 5 to require the easement language be firmed up before the pre-construction meeting.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce.
I'll second it. No one seconds it.
So,
Yeah, Emily copied the language down, which is what I was trying to remember.
so your motion and your second is the language as we've seen it on,
Correct,
see it on the
that the
screen?
applicant, yes, to amend my motion, to amend draft condition of approval number 5 to provide that the applicant shall present easement documentation to the satisfactory review of city staff and city attorney to ensure continued access and vehicular circulation for vehicular loading and unloading for deliveries.
Any additional discussion? Those in favor of adding to condition number 5 the easement language as discussed? Those in
Yes.
favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I will vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Any additional thoughts or concerns, edits on any findings of fact or conditions of approval? Jeff?
I don't have any more, but I just was wondering, before we make final action, would it be appropriate that we reopen our public hearing so that we can hear comments and then decide on our final findings after that? So I would, if everyone agrees, I move to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Matt. Any discussion on the motion to reopen the public hearing? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to reopen the public hearing. Anyone that is with us this evening that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and we will collect all comments and questions and then address them at the conclusion as necessary.
Mr. Chair, seeing no one wishing to speak, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff. And the second, Jim. Any discussion on the motion to close the public hearing? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, I'll move to approve the draft findings of fact as amended.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion on the motion to accept the findings of fact as amended? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the conditions of approval as amended.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on the motion to adopt the conditions of approval as amended? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we grant site plan approval and conditional use approval for 872 and 884 Portland Road.
Thank you for the motion, Jim.
Second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time, consideration, and working through that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we take a short break before our next agenda item?
Sure. We'll take a 5-minute quick recess. All right, thank you everyone for that brief recess. We will continue this evening with our next agenda. This is item 7B, and this is 933 Portland Road. This is formerly 6 Cascade Road, and this is map 62, lot 1-2, and this is a site plan review for additional retail space, and this is phase 2. And this is a continued public hearing and application review for site plan review and additional retail space, as I noted. This is in the Portland Road zoning district, and this item, I'm going to recuse myself from this item and turn it over to our vice chair, and I'll return for the next item. Take it away.
Okay, well, as Matt mentioned, this is continued review of an application for site plan amendment. Should start with Emily. Is there anything new to add from the city's perspective?
Thank you. We did have here information. Shannon did this review for us, and she took a look at the lighting. She also shared that information with the applicant, and I believe that they have provided a response as well. But the exterior lighting info that she has provided is in the after the fact packet for you. And I believe most of this has been addressed by the applicant. I'm sure that he can address that this evening for you, and we could certainly follow up with this separately if that's the direction the board wants to go in. Thank you.
Good evening.
The applicant.
My name is Austin Fagan. I'm here with BH2M representing Pine Tree Holdings, LLC. As you may recall, this is the approval of the building for Phase 2 of the Aroma Joe's site plan project, which was approved back on May 7th of this year. We were last seen by the board on October 1st, where it was asked that we provided an updated photometric plan for the site. Since that time, a photometric plan was updated by Visible Light. As Emily had stated, it was reviewed by Shannon in the planning office. She did locate 2 hotspots on the plan. As of earlier this morning, Visible Light did update the photometric design to meet all of the standards of the city's ordinance. Other than that, I don't believe there were any outstanding issues with the board, but if I am incorrect, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Any comments or questions from planning board members? Jim?
So 7F, the finding of fact, I was trying to listen to you, and as I was trying to read it at the same time, so what is your, I think you have adjusted the lighting so that it's not beaming up, it's all
Correct.
down towards the ground.
Yes.
And so you've adjusted your plan to reflect that?
Correct. All fixtures that are spec'd are dark sky compliant. Additionally, all of the foot candle elements of the plan, light levels have been updated to fall within the guidelines of the ordinance.
So for our purposes, the finding of fact number 7F, we can say that the final plans presented by the applicant meet the city's lighting requirements.
Correct.
Number 7F, okay. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Jeff, did you have something?
Yes, Madam Chair. I did have a question, though. I noticed that you're using the exterior lighting. I think we had talked about that, and it was great that they have the excerpt. And if we're classifying it as ornamental lighting, then definitely you are below the 8,500 lumens that our ordinance regulates or requires. My question would come, though, is particularly the Loomis lights, even though they're only 12 watts. I do not believe that you have a listing, or you'd be able to get a listing for that to comply with Section 13 of our ordinance. Exterior lighting shall be dark sky compliant and consistent with guidelines promulgated by the International Dark Sky Association.
Okay.
typically, anytime you have any ability for any uplight above the horizontal, it's not going to be a dark sky compliant fixture. This is kind of one that, you know, I struggle with because I view it as kind of your creative palette for designing some of the buildings and offering some really nice features and accentuating them. But that's the ordinance that the town decided to go with, being completely dark sky. And I tend to be one of the ones that tends to point that out in the lighting department. So do you have something that you can present? I was looking through the packet, and I did not see anything in the Loomis cut sheet that it was dark sky compliant. In fact, the lumen packages that you referenced didn't line up with the lumen output of the fixtures. I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's still below 8,500. I was just wondering, do you have a response as to how you would provide or argue that those are dark sky compliant fixtures, the uplights?
So we did rely on the lighting expert for this one, as I said, Visible Light. We were ensured that they were dark sky compliant fixtures. That being said, if the board is not content with the fixtures, if we could add a condition of approval that, you know, we provide an updated lighting in terms of those fixtures to staff satisfaction, we'd be happy to work with the lighting expert to do so.
Madam Chair, I also had a question. I think it was touching base on what Jim had with regards to one of the conditions of approval. It was by reference that it was showing to the Aroma Joe's lot, and it was to be transposed over. Yeah, condition of approval number 7. I was wondering if we could review that, maybe Jim, and I would just like, it references the conditions from May 22nd of 2024 site by reference onto this, and I hate to make it more wordy, but is there a way that staff could just cut and paste those conditions of approval right onto our draft so it's very, very clear, anybody in the future that were to review this, they're all in one document in one spot? I just think it would be a little clearer. I agree we should incorporate them, but I just think it'd be better if it wasn't by reference, it was actually just printed out. Is that a possibility?
Just for clarity, you would like me to copy and paste, here are the conditions, you know, at the end of number 7, so it's new numbering, here are the conditions of approval from the previous approval letter. That's fine. We would be providing like another copy of the approval letter with this as like an appendix, so that's what we were planning on doing, but that's fine, we can add it.
I just think it'd be better for somebody to research it in the later years if it was all on one page. I just think it would be appropriate to stay with the file if we could.
Any other planning board member comments? This is still a hearing on application approval, not application approval, application completeness. Does anyone have any questions or comments about completeness?
Madam Chair, just to get the ball rolling, I'll move that we find the application complete.
I would second.
Thank you, Jim, for the motion, and Jeff for the second. Any discussion? All in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Application is deemed complete.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think this has been scheduled for public hearing, so, and if it's appropriate, I'll move to open the public hearing.
I will second.
Thank you, Jim, for the motion, and Jeff for the second. Any discussion on opening public hearing? All in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Public hearing is open. If anyone has any member of the public has any question or comment, now is the time to come forward. We'll ask you to please come to the podium, speak into the microphone, identify yourself, name and address, and limit your comments to 5 minutes. And we'll compile any comments and address them at the end.
Well, Madam Chair, seeing no one from the public coming forward, I'll move that we close the public hearing.
Thank you, Jim. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jeff. Any discussion? All those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Public hearing is now closed. Anything further from the applicant?
Nothing here.
Anything further from Emily? Any discussion from board members in terms of findings of fact or conditions of approval that have been proposed?
Well, Madam Chair, I believe we have discussed findings of fact 7F and indicate that that the applicant shall comply with the exterior lighting requirements set forth in Section 230-604 of the city codes regarding exterior lighting, particularly dark sky lighting for this facility. So I'll move that we amend Section 7F of the findings of fact to reflect that.
I will second.
Thank you, Jim, for the motion. Jeff for the second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well.
Thank you.
So finding of fact 7F amended.
And Madam Chair, I'll now move that we approve the findings of fact as amended for the 933 Portland Road lot.
Thank you for the motion, Jim. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for the second. Jeff, any discussion? All those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. 4-0 in favor of approving the findings of fact as amended.
And Madam Chair, I'll move that we approve the conditions of approval as amended with the more explicit condition number 7 as recommended by Jeff.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any discussion? All those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. So 4-0 to approve the conditions of approval as amended.
Madam Chair, I'll move that we grant site plan approval for 933 Portland Road.
I will second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any discussion? All those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. 4-0 to approve application for site plan.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Joyce. We will continue this evening with our next agenda item, 7C. This is for HEP Solar, and this is a accessway amendment on Berry Road, and this is a site plan amendment. Tonight we have a public hearing and continued application review. Anything else to add, Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have some questions that the applicant responded to for the city engineer. The city engineer told me today he's looking at those comment responses, and we'll have information back to you all shortly.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions for Emily? All right, with that, we have the applicant with us this evening to give us an update.
Yes, sorry. Jeff Reed with CV Mahar Engineers. I'm struggling a little bit here to try to pull this up on ClickShare.
That's all right.
But I can move forward in the interest of saving a little bit of time for the board and considering where we are in the evening and the agenda items after me. I can provide a brief summary of the project ahead of the public hearing. I think most of the board members were here except Joyce were here last week when I presented basically the same presentation. The existing approved project is a 97-acre, slightly under 20 megawatt solar array located roughly 1,900 feet off of New County Road. It's in the Rural Conservation District, has an existing site access through the Picard Enterprises gravel pit, and it takes advantage of natural buffering. It's constructed mostly on selectively harvested timberland. There were several considerations environmentally. We went through the original permit approvals, including wetlands, vernal pools, streams, and tree clearing. The project required permitting from not only the city of Saco for planning board, conditional use and site plan review, but we also received permit approvals from the Maine Department of Environmental Protection for a Site Location of Development Act permit, as well as Maine DEP NERPA Tier 3 wetland alteration permits and permit by rules for activities adjacent to a natural resource. We also received Army Corps permit approvals for wetland impacts as well. What this project and this amendment are proposing is an alternate kind of secondary site entrance off of the end of Berry Road. It's going to allow a shorter access. It'll be easier maintenance. As we had described last week, the plan is to still utilize the approved entrance through the pit for material deliveries for roads, gravels, as well as logging operations and that sort of thing. This new entrance off of Berry Road would be used for construction access during construction, other deliveries, including solar panel components, and then ultimately it would provide a longer-term permanent access for any sort of maintenance, inspection, that sort of thing. It would also provide easier, more direct access for emergency vehicles as needed, and that sort of thing. And again, I apologize for the inconvenience here with the machine, but I had a couple of figures outlining where this road is. I think everybody's got a pretty good understanding of where it's going to connect and how it's going to connect. The critical parts of this. Thank you. Yep. Sorry, I'm connected on the back there. Okay. Yeah, it was the other one with the USB wasn't there. So some of the more important features here and what was helping us make this decision by adding this entrance as well as some technological changes with the array and the array construction, we're able to actually reduce the amount of impervious area associated with the project by just over an acre, 46,562 square feet. We were able to reduce the overall, perfect, thank you. The overall wetland impacts by almost 400 square feet. A more important part of that, thank you very much. A more important part of that is the conversion of roughly 14,000 square foot of direct wetland impacts to indirect wetland impacts, which was significant because it reduces the amount of disturbance and preserves the resource a little bit more. Now, with this project and the access to Berry Road, there are some proposed off-site improvements. And I can skip back through some of these figures. If anybody wants to observe, this is the one that kind of gives the best encapsulation of the project. Again, so the off-site improvements to Berry Road include, delay there, upgrading approximately 880 feet of the existing road to public road standards, which would be basically from Crystal Lane towards the end of the road where we would connect to an existing driveway. That includes expanding the right-of-way to 50 feet, as well as two travel lanes, two 12-foot travel lanes with 3-foot gravel shoulders, and adding a hammerhead turnaround at the end of the road section for improved access and turning for emergency vehicles, school buses, you name it. In addition to that, we'll be installing some drainage improvements on Berry Road and on Crystal Lane, kind of redoing roadside ditches, cross culverts to help with some, to help mitigate and alleviate some of the drainage issues that they have there right now. Finally, when that's all done, the portion of Berry Road that we're improving is going to be resurfaced with new pavement when we're done. I do have a couple of slides here that outline some of the challenges that the residents there are facing right now in heavy rains. You can see that there's flooding. There are other issues that we're hoping by using and improving this access, we will be able to alleviate. So again, trying to keep it short. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you might have, or either from the board or from the public.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Board members, any questions for the applicant? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, if you go back to your previous slide,
yep.
It said create two 2-foot travel lanes with a 3-foot edge. Was that a typo?
It's
Was
a
it 12
typo.
feet?
It's supposed to be two 12-foot. So
Okay.
we're going to have 24-foot of pavement
Yes.
with 3-foot gravel shoulders.
Thank you.
Yeah, sharp eyes. Motorcycles.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just did want to note, and I should have done this earlier, I did review the materials for last week and watch the video of the meeting, so
Great.
I feel I can actually participate in this and the previous applications.
Great, thank you, Joyce. That's,
Should have mentioned that earlier.
I should have as well. Thank you. Jeff?
So kind of following back, where are we at? Is some of the material that was submitted today or late, the support of the neighbors?
Yes.
The consent agreement?
Yep, so that was submitted this afternoon. So it was the memorandum of understanding with all the signatures was submitted, and I believe that was going to be included in an after-the-fact package for the board.
I can pull that up on the screen. We just didn't get it printed into the packet. It was our intention to do so, but the timing didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Mr. Chair, my final question was, have you given any thought, because I know the bulk of the gravel construction, the logging operations were all coming through the Pickard pit proposed entrance, but we're still dealing with the large amount of your material deliveries. The panels would be coming through Berry Road.
Right.
I didn't see anything in the packet as far as any comments from DPW or the city engineer with concerns about the first section of Berry Road that
Right.
is up to standards. Is there any consideration to possibly having some of your larger panel deliveries be able to go through, particularly if we get into the posting time of year, where
Right.
we're concerned about the road and access might be easier on Route 5 than coming up Boom Road?
Absolutely.
So,
We're not ruling that out, and if it makes more sense to do that, we will. Probably one of the things, too, that I should mention is we, it's a little bit atypical what we're asking for right now. We're asking for a conditional approval so that we can go complete the design with the cooperation and coordination with city staff. Part of that is going to be the portion of Berry Road that we're not improving. As with any access, we're going to take a survey of that ahead of time. We're going to look at the pavement condition. We're going to look at other things. If there were any damage, if there were any other items, then obviously we would have a maintenance agreement in place to take care of those. But that's an item that, again, we were planning on working through with city staff. But yes, we are aware of it, and it is something that we're planning on.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, the agreement for the access through the Pickard pit.
Yep.
Is that exclusive of materials and
No,
equipment or anything like that? I know you
that's,
mentioned-
right now, that is still the approved access. Has all permit approvals, and if we have to use that, we can. This is just an excellent alternative and secondary entrance that presented itself that we would like to take advantage of.
Okay. I think it's great. I like this alternative access. It has a lot of benefits for everyone involved, I feel. I just want to make sure that we haven't lost the flexibility of, let's say, the first delivery and the team comes down through this road and they say, that's a small road, Berry Road is slow, it's windy, it's hilly. I'm not doing that again. I want to just go down Route 5, cut through. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I just want to make sure that there's the flexibility, at least, based on location of where the panels are, and that's all.
Yep,
But-
no, and there will be that flexibility. I mean, ultimately, that is going to be left to the contractor and
Sure.
and the delivery drivers and how they can best organize that and most efficiently organize that. But if it turns out that that is the best option, then they can do that. And if it's just pickup trucks and, and box trucks and smaller vehicles that come through this alternate entrance, that's okay too.
And then my last question was, as far as where is the city, for the duration of construction, where's the city going to stop plowing, let's say, snow, and then the responsibility would be for your client? Is there a clear delineation
Well,
for that yet, or?
And I'll be honest, I'm not sure how far they plow now. I'm assuming they plow the whole street. And I would
Yeah, I'm not
imagine they
sure.
will continue to plow the whole street. What we're connecting to is the end of an existing driveway that's just over our property line. So I would anticipate that that the installer is going to maintain and plow everything from the end of Berry Road into the site. If there are other requirements, again, these are some of the details that we're going to work through with city staff.
That's fair.
If there need to be adjustments to that, then we can accommodate that. But my understanding and my anticipation is that they're going to maintain the sections that they're already maintaining, and we'll pick up the rest.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any other thoughts from board members?
Mr. Chair, if it's appropriate, I would move to open the public hearing for the HEP Solar Site Plan Amendment.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Joyce. Any discussion on the motion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
A vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to open a public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We will collect all comments and questions and respond at the conclusion accordingly.
Lionel Belanger, that section where you see the water, I signed a paper from the city that they could have half of the road, but I have no water. And I've been telling them for 30 years, the water is coming this way. You had a housing project, they filled in, they brought some ditches right to that one area. I think they got it cured, but they still want to dump some stuff on me. And I don't think it's right because I signed half the road that I wouldn't have any water. So that's all I got to say. I love this project. I was supposed to do the road, but I just soon have the Berry Road done and the water problem gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your address was? What was your address?
I just don't want no water on my side.
No, sorry. Your home address.
77 Berry Road.
77 Berry Road. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, members, Planning Board. Tom Donnelly, HEP Energy. Just for clarification on the objective is that whatever is indicative to the natural business of Picard Enterprises, which would be clearing, stumping, gravel, so forth, would go that side. When you come up Berry Road, this is a tremendously purposeful investment for us. It is good to have something that's just beyond profit and loss, and you're working with a community and making that happen, which is great. We look forward to solving the drainage issues and making it work. But for example, a tractor trailer that might come up delivering solar panels, the heaviest part of that is going to be the tractor trailer. The panels themselves take up an awful lot of space, but they actually don't weigh much. So it's not that there'll be anything indicative that would be overly burdensome. You will have 6 heavier items, the inverters. Each of those are probably the size of a 20-foot container, and they're well scheduled months in advance because they have to be, there's conditions around their delivery and everything is thought about. So that'll all be well scheduled and established. Your everyday operation with regard to maintenance, plowing, and that's a great question. We haven't gotten there yet and figured it out. There is a certain geometry and a chronology of events that we need to establish, and we're working with Emily and with the legal department and so forth to making all that come together. Right now, every homeowner is aware. I've sat at Lionel's house, I've sat in Jody and Topicard's house, and everybody on that street knows me quite well at this stage. And we will have every household, at least one person is signed. We understand that they're the property owner, probably some people might have been away hunting or whatever when we spoke with them, but everybody's on board with the easements. Everybody's on board with the drainage plan in its broad scope. And now we know we have a lot of design ahead of us. But we're here for that conditional approval to make it happen. So that's what we're looking for. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Jody Pickard. I live at 5 Crystal Lane. Any concern regarding equipment going up the road? This isn't really a typical neighborhood road. We have several excavating companies that are on the road, so there's dump trucks, trailers going up that road. on a daily basis anyway. So just wanted to add that.
Great, thank you.
You guys see that picture you seen there with the flooding? That's my house that gets flooded out.
Hold on, sorry.
Ronald Belanger, 93 Berry Road, Saco, Maine.
93, sorry, you said?
Yes, 93.
93, thank you.
And if you want to pull that picture up again, yeah, bring that picture right up again. I'll show you where I'm at.
Thank you, Jeff, for throwing that picture up. Sorry, just so for the auto recording.
Yes, I had no water problem until all these projects were allowed to build beyond me and across the street from me, so they push all the water towards me. I have a well behind my house. It's going right by my well. It's mud. When this happens, it's mud in my well. I can't drink it. I gotta buy water. All right? These guys are willing to take care of this water problem, and it's a step in the right direction for the Berry Road. So give it some serious thought. That's all I gotta say. I'm tired of getting flooded, because I'm gonna take more steps to prevent this.
Great, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I was wondering if we ask staff, just a little clarification.
Sorry, hold on one moment, sir. Sorry, hold on one moment, sir. Jeff, continue.
I just wanted to kind of get clarification from staff, because I was under the impression that a portion, the last segment of what we know as Berry Road, is still a non-city approved street. It's a private street, correct? So there's some delineation there, and this is essentially could benefit all of that infrastructure. And it sounds like they're going to city standards, so then it could be possibly offered up for a city acceptance, which then would bring up your snow plowing issue, right? Then it's an improvement for all the neighbors. And am I just clear that portion of it is currently private, and this would allow some capital improvements without the neighbors funding it to get closer to city acceptance?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Yes, that's exactly correct. And so that's one of the reasons why in this limited case, staff is supportive of these conditions, of a conditional approval, so that we can work through these details and allow them to make these improvements. And there is council approval of the MOU that went to them September 23rd, I believe was the approval date of that. And that was in one of the, I think, the previous meeting packet.
Great, thank you, Emily. That answer your question, Jeff? Great. Please, sir.
The only thing that I forgot to tell you guys, that water running over, we were out of water. There's 3 wells in that one area. They're all shallow wells, but they've been there for 50 years. They never run dry, but for a while we had to buy water because all that stuff coming over from the other side. When they put the project in, the houses next door, they brought everything up, everything come to that one area. But I'm glad that they're gonna handle it, but like I say, I'm thinking of my wells and my future wells, you know? That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, seeing no other interest to speak, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Matt. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, back to board members. Any additional questions or thoughts for the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I guess it would be appropriate for us then to ask the staff to assist us with findings of fact and conditions of approval for our next meeting.
Thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts or questions? Jeff?
Yeah, I didn't know if we needed to do all the findings of facts. I guess I just wanted to comment, it sounds like everyone that chose to speak tonight was in support of this, and it sounds like we're in one of those really unique situations where it's, you know, good neighbor standards kind of showing through, where they're willing to make an investment for some of the trade-off of impact of the space, but that will benefit all of the neighbors. So it sounds like it's a win-win. My only concern is, you know, that one, all the neighbors do sign on, and that document's approved by city staff, and that, you know, there's, sounds like they're already on board with a maintenance, not a maintenance agreement, but a observation so that any damage that might be incurred in the existing city section may be mitigated, but to city staff standards. And with those two items, I'm in full support, so thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? Emily, you had a thought, I believe.
I was just saying, yes, we can certainly provide the findings. And I have the MOU here that Tom had sent to us, if you wanted me to pull it up on the screen.
Yes, if you could for a moment.
Want me to disconnect? Sorry.
So Emily, is this the one that we reviewed at our previous meeting, or is this an updated version?
This should be the same one. It's just a matter of there's signature pages, so you can see what is available for signatures. So I'm sure you can ask the applicant about any questions you have on that.
Yes.
So I have two questions. One was, my memory was it was about 1,300 feet of barrier road that was going to need to be improved. That's what the memorandum of understanding said, 1,337 feet? But you had 880.
Yeah, I had 880, which is the section that was consistent with, so for pavement and widening and everything else. The longer section, we're going to be extending beyond there with a little bit outside the pavement for drainage and ditching and that sort of thing, which I think is what that is. Tom, if I'm mistaken, then it was 1280. Okay. Sorry.
So it's 1,280, not. Okay.
Late night, I guess.
Well, that's pretty close to 1,300, so I'll go with that.
Yep.
I forgot my second point, so, well, let me, actually, I guess for the city staff, this is simply an amendment to the site plan. So whatever you come up with findings of fact and conditions of approval should hopefully not be terribly complicated.
No, they'd be relatively short, and then I think in this one, we would just add as an appendix the original approval letter, so you have everything.
And I would think the conditions of approval would include all the continued work with the city staff and the city attorney for easements and so forth, and maintenance. That's fine. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts from board members? Any concerns or specific conditions that the board can think about? So Emily, are the draft findings of fact and conditions of approval something you think we can review at our next meeting?
Yes, most definitely. We will have those on the top of the list for you.
And that date, that's the December 3rd meeting? Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, can we move to continue this review to the December 3rd meeting, the first agenda item, and to direct city staff to form draft conditions of approval and findings of facts?
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
Second.
Second by Jim. Any additional discussion to continue application review to December 3rd and direct city staff to draft findings of fact and conditions of approval? All right, those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. Great, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, given the hour, would we want to entertain a motion, or should I would move that we continue past our 9 o'clock to review item 7D and have a hard stop of 9:30?
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any discussion? All right, those in favor of continuing past our 9 o'clock with a stop at 9:30. Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. With that, Emily, do we or can we make an adjustment to our agenda? Or what am I getting at? What do I want to ask? From what I understand, Emily, we have item 7H on our agenda. This item, that applicant has requested to be tabled to the next available meeting. Is that an item that we need to address now, or?
If you could just make a motion to table it, that would be good. I think they requested December 3rd, but at this point, I mean, December 3rd is getting pretty full.
So perhaps a motion to table as requested by the applicant to the next available meeting? Is that
Yep.
sufficient?
Mr. Chair, I move to table item 7H on tonight's agenda to the next available meeting.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
Second.
Second by Joyce. Any additional discussion? Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to table item 7H to the next available meeting. And then from there, Emily will address any remaining items as necessary, or?
Mr. Chair, I am wondering if there's any way we can get to the waterfall items, just so if there were questions, the applicant can get some of those. So maybe you want to start 148 Flag Pond and see how far you get.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we will continue to our next item on the agenda, 7D. This is 148 Flag Pond Road. This is map 76, lot 12. And this is a public hearing and continued petition review for a zoning map amendment. And this is to request a rezone of a portion of 148 Flag Pond Road from industrial to low-density residential. Anything to add on this item, Emily?
Just that the planning board is asked to make its report and then also to have your public hearing this evening.
Great.
In the reverse order. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions from board members for city staff?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I mean, at some point, I'd like to request the city staff pull up the parcel viewer so that we might be able to see the affected lots in the industrial park that lie to kind of the southwest of this site. I think you'll see like 6 or 7 lots that are essentially dependent on access in from this side. And they'd have to cross Cascade Brook, which I believe is that large obstacle that a lot of them have had issues making a crossing in order to get to the Wiley Road. There's a access point there, but I think when we have discussion, if they could at least be warned and have the parcel viewer up would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? So with that, if the board wishes, we can begin discussion this evening right with our public hearing. Board members don't have any other thoughts or questions at the moment?
I guess, I mean, Mr. Chair, it sounds like the applicant had some further words before we open the public hearing.
Sure. The applicant's with us this evening. If you have anything to add?
No, just to clarify that we are, that there is still access to the industrial land behind. So we are proposing just the land that is owned by Aaron Gregory under the LLC 2 Tractor Guys. That's the only plot of land that we are proposing to rezone to its residential zoning, like it was 2 years ago. There is still industrial access to the rear lots southwest of this, and that will remain. It's in the same ownership as the lots behind the lot owned by Aaron Gregory, again under the name 2 Tractor Guys. So I just want to clarify that this is not blocking off access to the industrial lots. There will still be an industrial access road 70-foot wide to the rear lots. Appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I move to open the public hearing for the 148 Flag Pond Road zoning petition amendment.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion on the motion to open the public hearing for 148 Flag Pond Road? Those in favor? Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to open the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. We will collect all questions and comments and address them at the conclusion as appropriate.
My name is Aaron Gregory, 148 Flag Pond Road in Saco. I just want to be clear that I know Jeff has spoken really heavily about getting access to the industrial park, which Bass Holdings owns 50-acre lot behind my property with a 70-foot road into the property. And the only way he was saying last week to remove the house, which is a farmhouse that has been there for over 100 years, with a cemetery of the people who built that farmhouse on property. So in order to use that land as industrial, true industrial land, you'd have to remove that farmhouse, which would be a detriment, I think, to the people who built it, as well as the cemetery on the land, which also I think, obviously I think have done it in New York City and stuff, but don't think that is, probably the best use of, finances or anything. If you, have that much money to do that, you might as well just build a bridge over a brook, you know what I mean? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, seeing no additional members of the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Matt. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to close the public hearing. Back to the board. Any additional thoughts, questions, or concerns? Questions for the applicant or staff? Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this may be more for the staff, and sounds like a question out of left field, but I was looking at some of the earlier notes, the February 2nd, 2021 meeting of the Planning Board, where this was discussed about turning this lot into industrial, and there was an attorney who was quoted, Jim Castavikas, and he was quoted in the notes giving a legal opinion. Who was he working for? Was he working for the city at that point, or was he just an applicant's attorney? I shouldn't say just an applicant's attorney, but was he representing the applicant or butters or?
So, Mr. Chair, if I can, in 2021, the city had hired Jim Katsafikas and his firm to do a zoning ordinance revision process, so he was the attorney representing the city. Now, I don't know on this specific situation if he represented someone else, but at the time, he was representing the city on the overall zoning ordinance project.
Thank you. So, looking at that, looking at his opinion, he was basically saying that the question was, can a commercial industrial access be allowed in the Flag Pond Road through a residential district, the R1A low-density district, in which commercial uses are prohibited except for adult daycare and so forth? And his answer was the general rule is no. The zoning ordinance divides municipality into districts and so forth, and it's generally prohibited to go and sort of snake access from a residential district into a commercial district. So apparently there needs to be frontage on Flag Pond Road for this industrial park parcel. Now, he also makes some reference to moving the house or having a smaller lot on the Flag Pond Road, but the general impression I have from this is that that front lot remaining industrial seems like it's key to being able to open up the rest of the industrial land. So I put a lot of thought into this and tried to research it, and so I think I'm coming out more in the position that Jeff has, that frontage on Flag Pond Road, not just the 70 feet, but the entire frontage of the lot may well be critical to accessing that industrial parkland. So I'm inclined to not look at this zoning amendment favorably.
Thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts from board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Jeff, yes.
Like I said, I was just hoping that we could get a little higher perspective, and if staff could pull up the parcel viewer, just to give other board members a sense of how much land is sitting behind this area. I think I counted 6, possibly 7 lots that are completely, essentially landlocked or would be coming in through this side before they could get to Wiley Brook, even if they were to build a bridge across Cascade Brook. And part of our vision is looking at tax base and opportunity and having that industrial land available. And I also, the thought of having that small 70-foot easement or 70-foot access brings us very close to what we reviewed earlier tonight when we were looking at the gas station and we have the business industrial zone, and we're instantly looking at how do we mitigate conflict between the condominium association. We're trying to create some borders at some point. And granted, there's some residential use on Flag Pond Road, but it's been like that since zoning with their backyard being industrial. And I think it's real important that we kind of strive to maintain access so we can have continued growth for our tax base. That's part of our comprehensive plan, allowing that economic growth for people, places to work. And don't get me wrong, the applicant's absolutely right that we're looking for housing too. But in this case, what is the best return on investment? Letting 2 more units go in and losing a lot of access to our industrial zone. So I just wanted you to kind of see that parcel viewer. There's several lots there that are stranded back there. And our forefathers, if you zoomed in a little bit on the bottom center around 6 o'clock, you'll see Wiley Road, there's a cul-de-sac, and that connectivity point is left in there. There's access to allow continued connectivity, basically a parallel path between the Turnpike and Route 1 to allow future industrial park growth. So we have those avenues laid out, and part of the 2021 ZORS committee, when they rezoned those lots, was to allow opportunity for access to come in from the Flag Pond Road. So I too tend not to lean favorably. I mean, I feel bad for the applicant, but the overall goal of the community and development of our industrial park, I think it's important to have that sort of access. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any additional thoughts from board members? Joyce?
Reading through the February 2021 notes, because I was actually at that meeting, and we voted to provide a negative recommendation to the council and leave these properties zoned residential, and the council overruled us, essentially. So when you're talking about, well, access to the industrial park can't be over residential lots, we were advising that these lots stay residential and that not be an access point to the industrial park. And I think, part of it was the character of the neighborhood, part of it was sightlines, that it's close to the overpass. Certainly the lot that the house is on is I think still on the downward slope of the overpass. So certainly I don't think any closer to the overpass would probably be terribly appropriate in terms of access to an industrial park by trucks, because you have people sailing over the overpass going well over the 35-mile-an-hour posted speed limit, and suddenly there's a truck. So I don't know, I think back to the reasons that we voted 5-1 with 1 abstaining back in February of 2021 to leave this lot as residential. And I'm kind of stuck on that, you know, we had our reasons for wanting it to stay residential, and that's what the applicant is trying to get back to. We were overruled, I guess. We were just an advisory board here. But it seems to me, I don't have a particular problem with the applicant's proposal. I think he's, you know, he has good points in terms of the fact that this property is surrounded by residences, and it really is still single-family residences, and there are, it seems like he's leaving an opening for adequate access to the back parcels for industrial use. You know, a 70-foot right-of-way seems sufficient to me to provide access to those back lots. And we don't know what's going to happen with the other lots down the road. You could be the last two houses at that end of Flag Pond Road, I suppose, someday.
Great, thank you, Joyce. Any other board member thoughts? Anything to add, Matt? All right, so with that, we as a board need to come to a conclusion and provide a report. And there it is, Emily's ready. She does a great job. So we have a few we have some opposition, we have some support, it seems. I guess from my view myself, the hurdle that I have is this right of way being flanked by residential lots, residential zones. I see trying to use that as an access to an industrial zone as I don't think we have enough time to talk about all the hurdles that I can foresee. I'm worried about access to industrial lot flanked by residential zones. I think that's going to deter the use of the industrial zone. I think it's going to make it hard to access. I understand the applicant's request wholeheartedly. I'm, to Jeff's point, taking away, at this, where it sits today, we're taking away access to the industrial zone, which we don't have much access to now. And that, I don't think that's a good idea. I guess that's where I'm at. So, if the board has any thoughts or findings or any verbiage or recommendations to provide in a report here that Emily can draft for us to review. Or Joyce, our word guru, and Jeff as well. If you have any thoughts, recommendations, Jim, you had some good comments as well. Big picture.
Mr. Chair, my inclination is that we file a report disapproving of the zoning amendment based upon the necessity of maintaining that that entire lot in the industrial zone to make sure that the city can maintain access to that industrial property. Because according to Attorney Castavikas, in February of 2021, you can't just provide access to an industrial zone, through a roadway. So you need to have a lot associated with it.
right, thank you, Jim.
Can I make just a final comment before I have to go? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, just give us one moment to gather some thoughts here for discussion. Any other thoughts from board members? Emily's put some thoughts here quickly. All right, while board members think for a moment, we'll give the applicant, a thought, go ahead.
All I would say is if your decision is based on a legal argument, which is this is the first I've heard of it, I would prefer to table this to another meeting and try to actually get some comment from that lawyer. I also read that, and I did not come away with the same conclusion that you did. I think it's fair. Obviously, you're the planning board member, but I personally am not a lawyer. I'd prefer to hear from him or have a memo from him directly stating that that's necessary, because I think that's a fair argument. And if that is the argument, that's fair. Unfortunately, it's a residential use right now. We are restoring the old farmhouse. It's going to be residential for as long as we hold it, so it won't matter to your actual point, but on the color on paper will continue to be purple. But I think that legal argument is important, and if that is it, then I think definitely your hands are tied. It makes sense if that's what you're trying to achieve. But I would say it would be important to me to feel like you guys went through all of the proper channels to actually get that lawyer to restate his opinion in a clear way and say, yes, that lot is required for this industrial access or not, and then we can present it, if that seems fair. If not, that's fine, but that at least would feel better to me, and I know the owner of the property, if we could get firm confirmation that that is what's happening here.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts at the moment for?
I would just say, I mean, if that's their request, I think we should honor that request instead of continuing to push forward with something that they're looking to, like you said, table it for the time being.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree because, we heard Jim Katsiafikis and we voted this conversion to industrial down. So it sounds like we need to clarify exactly what he said and what he meant. Because I think something is sometimes lost in summary minutes.
Emily, can you give us a thought on requesting an understanding from Jim Katsiafikis' comments from February 2nd?
That's certainly within the board's right to request. It's just a matter of who requests it may, like, for instance, I don't think that Jim can represent you when he's represented us on the same matter. So it might be something that you need staff to go request, is all I'm getting at.
I understand. Thank you. So if the board wishes for further clarity and understanding on Jim's observation of Attorney Katsiafikis' comments, we can ask staff to see if we can get clarity from him on that comment. And that, I guess, Jim, if you don't mind me asking, you had read that, it's fresh in your mind. Could you sort of read that again?
Sure. He made several different points, but one of them was that, could there be an access drive across this property to give the city access to the industrial zone and still keep this lot in question here residential? And in 2021, he said, we were advised that an access drive across residential zone to an industrial zone use is a situation that's been contested elsewhere, and the courts did not view it kindly. So he's basically saying that if you're going to access industrial use, you can't just do it with a drive. That's how I'm reading it. You can't just do it with a driveway or an access road. So that 70-foot access way, which seems perfectly adequate, as a matter of law, it may not allow the back property to be used as industrial. It may not be used as access unless you have, a lot frontage on Flag Pond Road. So that's how I'm reading it. And so, I don't know if we table this, is that going to cause a problem for the city council? Because aren't they going to be voting on this zoning amendment soon?
So they have their hearing, I believe it was December 9th. And so if the timing didn't work out and the board needed more timing, we're not going to put you on a clock necessarily. We'll just ask the city council to continue their hearing if it's within if they're willing to do that, so they can receive your report.
And in this, Emily, if this item is tabled to our December 3rd meeting, pending the board's request, and that response returned in time, then the board, in theory, could provide a report for that December 9th meeting, if we meet on the 3rd on this item.
I would just have to verify the ordinance, but I think if you need more time, you need more time.
Sure.
It's up to the board if they need more time. And then I'm looking for his opinion, and it sounds like, do you want me to just ask if this request preserves the right to access the backland? Is that the question, or did you want me to go back and get clarity, because we're now looking at this amendment?
Yeah, so I think I have a thought on that. So Mr. Cassifikas provided his opinion based on the current zoning in 21 and that current situation. So I think the question would be, and the clarity would be, does his comment still apply to this particular scenario now? Because we previously had the land zoned as residential, and it seems, if I recall, and from Jim speaking and refreshing my memory a little bit, that discussion and opinion was access through the residential zone into the I zone. And this, where this would be a section of I zone in between two residential zones, how does his opinion differ? Does it cause any other hurdles or any other problems that we are not seeing? Are his comments applicable? Are they different? How are they? So I guess that would be, if the board wishes that, I think maybe that's some of the clarity, if that makes sense, Jim, as well, to you.
Right, I think we just need to know whether or not, the applicant has presented a plan to show a 70-foot right-of-way, a 70-foot strip of land, which is, could provide access to that industrial land. Is that satisfactory access to the industrial park land, or do we also need the front lot, which is currently being used as a residence, which is also industrially zoned right now?
Yes, to kind of touch base on Matt and Joyce, I think that was one of the reasons we had to take that lot all the way out to the turnpike corridor, was so that it wasn't creating a sliver of land between a residential use. There was a delineation. But I think it would be great to get his opinion.
Yeah, I do too. Because they've since, the city zoning maps don't accurately reflect the current ownership of that property, because some of that industrial land went to this residential lot, and a pretty wide roadway could be created right beside it. So it would be very helpful to know whether or not that's going to provide us uncontested access to the industrial park or not.
Yes, and then one additional thing to add, I think what I don't understand here, I can't see the full picture. Is the lot orientation, does it provide that lot with the correct frontage for the I-zone? I think the I-zone requires 150 feet of frontage or so, so I don't know if that's all one lot, and that one lot now has 70 feet of access to Flag Pond Road, that we can't provide a recommendation to create a zone, a lot that's non-conforming. That doesn't work, so I guess that would be, so that would be, come all the way up for the mic so they can hear you.
So they broke it off. You can see it in the photo. But so we just have the circle in the middle, and then the 70 feet's on this side because it's safe to drive, because it's flatter. And then on this side's a huge hill to 95, but they have their other footage. That's why it's already two lots that are both industrial, both satisfactory, both conforming lots for the city of Saco right now.
All right, so that would be, it'd be good to see that on a plan, to see a real, not that I.
No, that's what we tried to show you the first night. We tried to show it a few times. I just don't know if that map doesn't make sense or what that surveyor did it, but clearly not that good of one.
Well, yeah, we've had this discussion before with other projects, and just because if there are multiple lots owned together, the lots can still be broken apart, so it's always a question of mine.
So, Mr. Chair, why don't I get an opinion from the code officer on that, because he's a zoning administrator, and his time is not going to be as costly as Attorney Katsafikis' and we'll make sure that Attorney Katsafikis has the code officer's opinion as well, so in case he has any concerns, he can flag them.
I think that would work.
Thank you.
I think
Any
it's
other?
it's also fair to say that any industrial land back, other than a single lot, you would need an access road anyways that would have to be brought up to city standards in order to actually use those 50 acres. So you're not just going to build one building with frontage there. If you're in an industrial park, you guys have all seen the industrial park, you would need an access road that would then have to be adopted by the city of Saco, and 70 feet is wide enough for that. So that would also be pertinent to asking the attorney, if that's an actual city-adopted road, then you would have frontage on that road, and can that split the two lots? And that's really the question I want to get at, is if that's an access road, is there still access? Sorry to speak out of turn, I appreciate it.
Sure, you are correct there, but there's no road now, there's nothing approved, so we're only going with frontage on Flag Pond right now. Those are a little bit too much hypothetical, but, so if the board wishes, we will ask staff to get a couple opinions, get confirmation from the code office that there are no non-conforming lots due to this, and as appropriately, I guess, an opinion or clarity from Mr. Katsafikis. Jeff?
Should we also consider, that's one of our findings. The other one was concern about this island effect or
The spot zone.
spot zone, that we're sticking a residential use completely surrounded on three sides by industrial use. I think that needs to be included in our feedback to council as part of our recommendation, whether we use the term spot zone or not. I know it's not defined, but it's a very unorthodox zoning application, I think, and we should note that as a second finding.
And Emily, we can keep these as draft findings that the board's discussed this evening. We can continue. Great, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? All right, with that, maybe it's appropriate to continue this review to our next available meeting.
Mr. Chair, I move to continue the review of 148 Flag Pond Road to the next available meeting after city staff has received their legal interpretation requested this evening.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff.
I'll second.
Second by Joyce, thank you. Any additional discussion? Matt?
I'm going to say yes, but no discussion and yes.
Yes to approve the motion. Thank you for the clarity. Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0. All right, thank you. So with that, Emily, we're beyond our time that the board's requested we adjourn our meeting. So we have a few items here left on our agenda. We have item 7E, and this is Waterfall Drive Residential Development, lots 21 and 23. This item was a public hearing this evening and a continued application review, along with a application of completeness review for 4 Waterfall Drive and a request for acceptance of some streets for the city. Are these items, do we need to address them individually? Or can the board make one motion to continue to would we move these to our December 3rd meeting, if possible?
If you give me a minute, I'll pull up our December 3rd items here. So for December 3rd, we have 1, 2, let's see, 3, 4. We have about 7 items already scheduled. Yeah, so I think you're at 8.
8, we would be at 8 currently, excluding any of these items.
The only item that I carried over was the CD street acceptance, because we had that continuing to December 3rd. Anyway.
And that was a recommendation in your report.
Right.
Anyway.
So we had included it as a draft tentative item.
Sorry, hold on. Bear with me for a moment.
So we have not noticed 2 of these, so we could move them again. But one of them will be an item that has moved twice already.
Which item is that? That's moved a couple times.
We have a request for just 1 additional dwelling unit, and the way our ordinance is written, you have to review it.
That's an item on December 3rd, you mean?
Yep, they were supposed to go, I think, either the 12th or the 19th, and we had to move them. Yeah.
So this street acceptance item, that's already on the December 3rd.
Yes.
The 885 Portland Road, is that on December 3rd as well officially?
No.
Okay. And that
That will have to go to December 3rd, and then we'll move another item we have on here that we told someone they'd be on for the 3rd, that they're planning for.
Okay, so bear with me for one moment. So the 4 Waterfall Drive, that's an application of completeness review, and that had a recommendation for a public hearing on the 17th.
Yes.
Is that an item that if the board feels we could review application of completeness and hold a public meeting at the same time? I know we haven't had any discussion on that item, but is that something that we can make a motion on, or is that something we cannot based on our ordinance, if you remind me?
No, you can direct us. You don't necessarily need to make a motion. I mean, if we know that we're doing, like, scheduling that for public hearing, like, if you want to do public hearing and application completeness review on that on September 17th, we can schedule that. The ordinance, the cleanest way is to review it and I mean, you want to do the site walk, we want to know if you want a site walk, do you want comments? There's a few items that we'll want to know what direction you want to go in.
Okay. That was a lot there in a little bit of, in a short amount of time. Board members, thoughts, questions, comments? You want to address one at a time, or I know it's getting late. So let's go one at a time. So Waterfall Drive, the continued application review and public hearing. That one we can move to December 3rd.
So that one was December 3rd, and I asked you to add December 3rd in your motion. As long as the applicant's available December 3rd.
Okay. And then Waterfall Drive, that one we just talked about. Sidewalk, comments, that one's not as straightforward. And then you talked about the street acceptance application. That recommendation is that was for the 3rd as well.
That was for the 3rd, but I was just, if there's anything that you can direct us to bring back or any questions you think you're going to have about Park North, it would just be good to know, but I understand that we're past 9:30 now.
I understand. All right, so back to the board real quick. Any thoughts on providing recommendations and directions to staff or how to address these items?
Mr. Chair,
Jim?
regarding 4 Waterfall Drive, I looked at the materials, and it's in between 2 uses that are already in existence. So I don't know if we need a site walk for that lot. So I would say we ought to be able to do application completeness and public hearing on the same night for that one.
On December 17th.
Sure.
Yeah, I would support that as well. Other board members have thoughts on that? That would be 4 Waterfall Drive. And that item is, staff recommended that the public hearing be on that evening as well. So that evening would be an application of completeness review and a public hearing, understanding we haven't discussed the project and there may be things, there may not be things to direct the applicant, but I think that's a fine course myself, but I agree with Jim. Jeff, your thoughts?
I'm kind of just, let's just keep going in order. I feel like, people that have been in queue, we have to wait, and I feel try to be respectful of others, but we shouldn't, I don't know what, we're moving a bunch around. And these are big packets. I'll do whatever the board wants, but I think we just need to kind of trug through what we have for a backlog in order and work our way through.
All right, thank you.
Can I make a recommendation?
Any other thoughts real quick from board members? All right, so we have Elliot here, and you are representing the Waterfall Drive 21 and 23. Are you also going to, also for 4 Waterfall Drive as well?
Yes.
Just for clarity for
Yes,
record for
and the
meeting
street
minutes.
acceptance.
And the street acceptance, so
Yeah.
the 3 items on our agenda.
So those 3 items, I'm totally fine with moving the rear land and the 4 Waterfall Drive to the 17th. If you could do what Jim suggested with having the completeness and the public hearing on the same night but obviously the street acceptance, which is, I mean, we got close to 100 residents out there, and it's a big deal. 2 of them are here tonight. So that one I would love to see on the 3rd for the benefit of everybody that's there, that lives there. And I will say 4 Waterfall Drive is a fairly simple, straightforward application. Obviously, the rear land is a little more complicated. In the street acceptance, we think that's going to be a very straightforward also.
Any other thoughts from board members? I tend to support that as well, so we would, so again, recommendation would be Waterfall Drive, lots 21 and 23, and 4 Waterfall Drive be tabled to the December 17th meeting. 4 Waterfall Drive at that meeting would be an application of completeness review and a public hearing. Lots 21 and 23 would be a continued application review, while the street acceptance request would be December 3rd.
Which is already on the December 3rd meeting.
Yeah, so can I just walk you through the motions, because the public hearing one we've already noticed, so if that's okay.
Yes, I would like.
So the motion for the lots 21 and 23 is that you move to continue that to September 17th for public hearing and continued application review.
Okay.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion from Jim to continue application review for Waterfall Drive residential development, lots 21 and 23, for a continued application review and public hearing to December 17th.
Second.
Was second by Matt. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, should I give you the next motion?
Yes, please.
So I move to continue 4 Waterfall Drive, Family Center Medical Office Building to December 17th and direct staff to schedule the public hearing and application completeness review for that evening.
That's my motion, too.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Matt, to continue application of completeness review for 4 Waterfall Drive and direct staff to schedule a public hearing for December 17th.
For discussion, though, I mean, would it be, if we were doing both, completeness review and public hearing on the same night, I mean, should we just kind of give them, I had a couple notes. I think there's a photometric plan that should be looked at for light trespass across the property line exceeding 1-foot candle. And I think the next thing is obviously going to be the traffic counts. What's happening there is some of it being reallocated now that the Ziggy's is closed. I know we were low on counts, but that always is a discussion. I think some of that information, if it's prepared, and we review it in our packet would be helpful because of the TMP that's out there. I mean, I don't know if you still have control of right title interest of the Ziggy's or if those allotted movements are assigned to that lot. I mean, there's always a talk about this bucket, right? We've been using this analogy of a bucket. I mean, at what point does that business entity lose interest if another franchise, the same volume, bought the land? Would they be using that bucket before 4? So there's a lot of questions, and I don't want to review it tonight, but I'm just worried about condensing too much on the 17th, so.
Yep, I understand, Jeff. So, Emily, that's something that perhaps the applicant, if you were aware of, that the applicant be prepared to have that discussion and address items similar to that.
I think the applicant's well aware that traffic will be a topic of discussion, and we can always have Diane here if you want me to ask Diane to come out as well on the 17th.
Do board members feel that it's necessary to have the traffic peer reviewer in attendance that evening? We got one shaking head. We always appreciate when she is here that she can maybe explain things in a different fashion. So if it's not too troublesome and she has availability in her schedule, I think it could help. I know she's familiar with Park North and she's been helping everybody through it for a while, so that's wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, so any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0.
And then the last one is continue city street acceptance review to December 3rd.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and it's the second, Matt, excuse me. So a motion made and seconded to continue application review for a city street acceptance for Waterfall Drive, Park North. Yes. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, Matt?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-0 to continue to December 3rd. We addressed item H885 Portland Road. Just quickly here, any general correspondences, Emily?
No, but we will add the written comments from the public comment tonight to the more section of the agenda.
Thank you.
And then one thing, I don't know if I mentioned this at the last meeting, but one thing we were asked to do is, by residents, was to put the more, entitle it more, so that it matched up with our old agenda software. So on the meeting packets, on the agendas, you see like number 12 says more. It's like a placeholder.
Sure.
So we've just been doing that. Eventually, we'll probably want to update the SOP agenda list to match this, but I just want to let you know we'll just continue to do that.
Great, thank you. Any planning updates, discussion?
We can just reserve this update at the next meeting. LOPC is meeting, and there'll be more to follow from the subcommittee work that they're doing.
Great, thank you. Planning board comments? I guess one item, Emily, for our next few agendas on the 3rd and 17th, do we have any workshop items for those evenings?
We have one sketch plan for Beach Street so far, and I was going to put some ordinance amendments on there, but I understand we probably can't with the list of items we have.
That's sort of where I'm going with it, just to try to gain a little bit of traction and maybe get a jump start on some of our backlog. Not that ordinance updates are not important.
Well, I have a deadline with council. I have to get them these things by January, so. Just, Lisa and I will take a look at all that, what we have to do and prioritize it and send it out to you.
Is there, I know we're running short with the end of the year here and the holidays, but is there, and not speaking for the whole board here, but is there maybe an opportunity to get a jump start, and maybe our December meetings start a couple minutes early? Is that, I think that would help? Board members, thoughts on that? Not seeing favorable glances here.
No, I mean, part of me, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
was just, could we have maybe an additional meeting that is just focused on items that staff are responsible to get to council and kind of our workshop items? No application review, but all these things that we've kind of had in queue, so that we can make some forward advancements, they can get that kind of off their plate. I think it'd be great for their year end, kind of a relief if they have some of the items that are housekeeping items, if you will. Should we set one extra meeting that we have to just deal with items that need the zoning? And I don't know, I guess that was just my thought. Do we do one that's specific and try to plan it around the holidays enough that everyone can do an extra meeting?
So I don't want to commit to an extra meeting right now until I actually check the schedule back up in the office, because we've also, Shannon's been scheduling a bunch of neighborhood meetings. We have other committee meeting nights, so I appreciate that, and it is very appreciated, but maybe what I can do is report back through the chair here on what we have for scheduling needs, and then we can go from there on December 3rd.
Okay. I agree with Jeff. I would support a short, focused, perhaps workshop or staff update. But Emily, you tell us. All right, great. Thank you. All right, well, with that, we will adjourn at 10 p.m. on the dot. Thank you, everyone, for staying a few minutes late.